Boom. All right. So I've got two guests backstage. Just a little bit before we start. First, I know there's people who have questions. I will probably not be bringing up super chats while we're talking. So I will read super chats. It'll be afterwards, including if I have to do a second stream tomorrow. We'll get through everything. But if your reason for super chatting is that you have to see it pulled up while everyone's here, then please don't. Also, don't super chat if you are financially strapped or anything like that. If this is a hardship for you, don't. Please. So we're going to be starting up right away here. And if you don't know who we're talking about, this is David Yannetti and Bob Alessi, two of the heroes from the Karen Reid trial. And yeah, we're going to dive right in. There's also a few sort of areas we'll tiptoe around. Don't think I'm going to spell them out, but if you got questions that you're worried or that you're upset that I'm not asking, that might be why. So without any further ado, we've got David Yannetti and Bob Alessi. Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks so much, Ian.
Oh, thank you. I am a huge fan. I think everybody here is. I think the chat will be very upset with me if I don't say thank you and congratulations, because what you guys, your team pulled off was frankly epic. I guess the first question I have is just how did it feel in the moment where you heard, sort of as Jackson put it, the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty rolling in? Like, what was the feeling in that moment?
David, you had the best reaction, so I'd love to hear from you.
So it didn't go smoothly, which I'm not used to. Typically, it's a clear, not guilty or guilty, whatever the verdict is. But sort of in keeping with that, kind of complicated verdict slip on count number 2, I was having trouble figuring out what is he saying. I mean, I heard the not guilty for count 2, but then I heard the court go, that's not really right, right? And thankfully, the clerk, I think, immediately skipped to count 5, which, obviously we were hoping for. That was the one count that was not going to have, likely serious consequences for Karen. Once I heard that, I was pretty confident we were home free, but still there was count number 3 to come. And I mean, like any verdict, Bob's a little different here. I think that, we've had a lot of discussions, and when a jury's out, he's cool as a cucumber. I am not. I am stressed, and my stomach is doing knots. And when I'm waiting for that, verdict, I can't look at the jury. I'm just in a zone of pain until the final verdict came in. And whenever it came in, not guilty on the 3rd. I mean, I couldn't control my emotions. I'm a little embarrassed that I sort of broke down in tears a little. Well, it's the first time in my career that my client has had to comfort her attorney as a result of the verdict. It's supposed to go in the other direction, but I can't describe how I was feeling at that point, other than, yay us, we did it.
And there's that moment where I saw you pick Mr. Alessi up and you...
And by the way, we haven't talked about this, but when I think about it now, I'm thinking Bob probably didn't like that, because Bob's a boxer. Bob is a take charge guy. And, I just couldn't control myself. I love this man so much. It wasn't enough to hug him. I had to physically lift him up. And poor Bob, he's got a bad neck. He wanted to get me back, and he tried to pick me up. I don't know if the camera caught it, but I think the problem, he's muscular and svelte, and I'm a little bit bigger, and I'm just glad he didn't get hurt.
Yeah. So my reaction, just to go from my angle, was I was steely focused on making sure everything went right and legal, and we didn't end up with issues that David and the team had the first trial. So as people probably saw, my eyes were darting. I'm looking at the foreman. I'm looking at the jurors. I'm trying to see if the jurors are saying, something like, "Oh my, no, that's not right." I was looking at every procedure in case we needed to speak up, because we couldn't have, just as a baseline, we couldn't have the problems we had in the first trial. And so that was my focus. I wasn't really focused on, okay, what's it going to be? I just wanted to focus on, at the moment, is what the jury wants. Is it going to be delivered, and is it going to be recorded properly? So that was my focus. Once I saw that happening, I was certainly happy. David can get into it at the appropriate time, and Ian, when you want us to, about what my predictions were for the day
Oh yeah,
or the time.
yeah.
I was more focused at the moment on make sure got it right, and then I was focused on the clock because I made a prediction for the verdict, and so I was looking at the clock. But once it all came down, I was very, very happy. And as you saw, I went over and hugged Karen, but my second was a run over to David, gave him a hug. I think it was a combination of me hugging and jumping, and then David lifting. But whatever it was, all I can tell you was I don't remember much. At that point, it was just emotion. I was just happy for everybody, most of all for justice, most of all for truth. But close seconds was just the interpersonal aspect of this. We worked so hard, we worked so long, we work so well together. And when you do all of that, the outcome is not certain. And when we got the outcome, it was absolutely joyous. And whatever happened after that was just exuding joy.
Was the prediction 227?
I'll let Dave.
Well, no, that would have been a little trite. On Friday, the jury went out. And, of course, we didn't expect a quick turnaround verdict on Friday. A couple of my buddies who are lawyers said, this jury's coming right back. It's as if they walked out of the courtroom backwards, right? But, after we went, through what we went through last time, I wasn't expecting a quick verdict. Looking at the jury during this trial, they all paid such close attention, and they were so conscientious. There are hundreds of exhibits. I knew they were going to go through everything, and they weren't just going to rush this. So we didn't expect anything on Friday. But I was thinking Monday. Bob told the whole team, he said, no, we're going to get a verdict on Wednesday. And he said, I'm not going to be concerned unless they don't come back by the end of the day on Wednesday. And so, we go through Monday, and on Monday, Bob modified that prediction and said, you know what? They're coming back at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. All right.
That's
we
pretty
go
close
through
to
the rest of
bullseye.
we go through the rest of Monday. We're hoping for Tuesday, but boy, they didn't want to come back at the end of the day. And then we had that kind of head fake with, we've got a verdict. Oh no, we don't. And now we're like, all right, we're getting a verdict today, right? And Bob and I looked at each other when the jury was in the room and the verdict was about to be read, and there's a digital clock right in front of us, and I swear to God, it said 3-0-0. It was unbelievable.
So I predicted 3 o'clock, the modification. On Monday, I predicted not only Wednesday, but I predicted it would be 3 o'clock. And I elbowed David when the clock showed 3 and 3-0-0, and they started reading the verdict.
That is amazing. And how the false verdict, like the weird false start, Have you ever seen anything like that? And what was going through your heads when that came in?
Well, I'll tell you what the answer is. I've never seen anything like that. But I will tell you, and I said this to the team. I said, I believe. Listen, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't read people's minds. I just say this is what I believe is happening. And I said, I believe they really want to get this right. They don't want to be like the jurors in the first case. So I believe what happened was they came to their resolution. Somebody had a second thought about how they filled out the form and said, whoa, 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 wait a minute. I've looked at it again. I'm concerned. Let's call it back and let's make sure we got it right. And I believe that's what happened. They were, as David said, this was as attentive, conscientious, poker playing jury I've ever seen. And that was the basis for me informed speculating that they just wanted to make sure they got it right. I had zero concern about them not agreeing. I just thought it was they just wanted to make sure they got it right. And all of this, in my judgment, was engendered by an unnecessarily confusing verdict slip.
I mean, were you surprised that we actually have seen jurors since then say, we had trouble figuring out this verdict slip?
David is a master at Massachusetts verdict slip. There's only one person in the world, I believe, that should answer that question. He's the handsome guy in the green shirt.
There's no handsome guy in the green. Well, there is a handsome guy in the green shirt because my shirt is blue. But with the verdict slip, we had the same issue last time, and it was too confusing, and I think the problem was that there were two theories of potential guilt for, I think, 3 of the 5 charges, maybe 4 of the 5 charges. But in any case, you not only had to check guilty if you were going to convict her of something, but then you had to check either 1 or 2 boxes underneath that. And there was no option if you went past the charged conduct and you got into lesser included. The only not guilty verdict option was up the top, and it did say not guilty of the offense as charged and all lesser included charges, but none of us were comfortable with that. And sure enough, the jury comes back with a question that is focused on the confusing verdict slip. And, we had I went to my alma mater, Boston College Law School. And I went to my evidence professor, who I believe is the best evidence professor in the country after Bob Alessi retired as an evidence professor. And I said, it was Mark Broden, a man I greatly admire. He taught me evidence, and he's made a lot of good lawyers over the years. And I said, Professor Broden, do you have anybody, any students that you'd recommend, who might want to be interns? And he put the call out, and my goodness, we were overrun with students that wanted to be a part of it, and we were fortunate enough to get really top-notch students, not just from BC but from Harvard Law School as well. We love them all, but I'll single out one, which is the valedictorian at BC Law, which means he's a heck of a lot smarter than I ever was. Lee Moore, and Lee came up with the verdict slip that ultimately we suggested to the court. And it was much like a civil verdict slip, right? Where a special verdict slip where the jury is asked certain questions. And if you say yes, go here. If you say no, go there. And it laid out all the charges in order, and it walked them through all the way down from charge 1 to 5. And it was beautiful. And he was the one to come up with it, not the lawyers. But it was like a light went off. We're like, eureka. So, we suggested it. It was rejected. Maybe in part because it's not common in a criminal case to do that, right? But ultimately, when they came back with the question, they got a verdict slip that was pretty similar to what Lee had suggested. Thank goodness, and it all worked out.
I actually wanted to ask about the interns because there's a bunch of interns sort of helping behind the scenes. I hope they're getting sort of proper recognition, and I hope they've all updated their resumes to put this down, and maybe a firm graduation date as opposed to a Burgess date. But can you talk sort of about the interns and sort of what they were doing, like what was going on there? Because they're kind of the unsung people on this.
Yeah, first of all, these interns all have secured legal positions. They are wildly successful, and no surprise. And they had secured those positions before they started with us. Secondly, just to show the depth of their commitment and the character of them, they all asked their summer employers and other employers if they could just continue on with the case and stay heavily involved. And while some, didn't really have immediate employment, all of the third years that are graduated have a bar exam coming up. So they're supposed to be studying for one of the most important exams they're ever going to take. And they are almost 24/7 working with us on this case. That's first point about it. Second point is the 1 second year who did have a summer position and a good one, basically asked them if she could stay on, and they were great. So first I want to say about them is just the extraordinary commitment that they had. The second thing is they were extraordinarily skilled, some stunningly so with regard to their savvy, etc. So how were they utilized? It started out sort of legal research, cases, and as people know, I read every case, I read every line, and I was very much impressed with the research. They would give us great material from which we could draft. Some of them drafted some things that we would revise, but they were essentially, Ian, they were essentially functioning at the end as associates in a law firm. That's the level of skill they had, and we were treating them and relying upon them as associates in law firm, despite the fact that I am a partner in a very, very large firm. I brought with me no one. And I had my paralegal, Carol Clark, who's the greatest paralegal who's ever walked the planet. And she and I have worked together for 34 years. I had her. But these interns were absolutely phenomenal. And they were in our hotel toward the end and almost literally working around the clock as we worked almost around the clock. Cannot say enough about them, can't say enough about their character and their commitment, and what a tremendous resource.
And you mentioned it earlier. I just wanted to sort of talk about how you guys worked as a team, because I've been like, two lawyers representing somebody, and I can't say that when I did that, it ever looked like the way you guys did, because I could see, when one person's up, arguing, there's somebody else possibly passing a note or giving like a little, sort of nudge. I could see there's various places where clearly, somebody's up there, doing a cross, and I can sort of feel that they're borrowing elements from that might have been helped from someone else. So how does that all come together, and sort of how does that teamwork sort of happen here?
You got the best person to answer that, because David Yannetti put the team together.
100%.
Well, so I think at the outset, Ian, I think what you're getting at is you have type A personalities, attorneys who are used to controlling their own fate. And typically, there's no room for 4 cooks in the kitchen. Somebody has to be making the call as to how things are going. And other people have to fall in line and be subordinate, usually, for things to work right. And, there have probably been other cases where people have joined forces and, maybe there's some, it's not outward, but maybe there's some infighting behind the scenes or jockeying for credit or, fighting over who's going to do what. We had very little of that. And, I've never been a second chair on a case in my career. Bob Alessi, I would venture to guess, has never been a second chair, or if he was 17 years old. And certainly Alan Jackson is always a first chair himself. So, we had, 3 attorneys who were used to being number one. And that can't happen in a case like this. There was plenty of work to go around. The preparation behind the scenes in terms of what would otherwise be I don't want to say rudimentary direct examinations, but direct examinations in other cases where you really wouldn't be stressing about it. But my goodness, the time that we spent on every single examination, every oral argument, openings, closings, we all worked together. And, I have to give a lot of credit for the way the team functioned to Karen Reed. Karen put this team together as well. And she was not the type of person, I'm not going to reveal anything that she said to us, nor can I, and I know you understand that. But just in general, I don't think she'd have an objection if I flatter her. So just in general, I mean, she rolled up her sleeves and, she got really up to speed on, trial strategy, and she knew the police reports and the discovery material better than the lawyers on the team. And nobody wanted to disappoint her. And I can speak for myself. I know Alan and Liza and Bob, I think, felt the same way. We all wanted the result. We wanted to be on those courthouse steps elated. And we knew what we were up against and how difficult a job that was. And I think all of us knew that whosever idea it is, if it's the best idea, it's got to carry the day. And there was nobody on this team who was not open to constructive criticism, to input. I'm proud to have, worked with these attorneys and with Karen and all the interns and everybody we had going on with us. It was a unique experience. I don't think I'll experience it again.
I don't know that we'll ever see it again. I had a question that was actually brought to me by one of the antis, one of the trolls on Twitter, and they don't actually realize how clever their question is, because their question was, how do you sleep at night? And the reason why I say it's clever is because I always have trouble, not with the clients you think are guilty. It's the clients that you are certain are innocent. Those are the ones that keep you up at night. So how do you deal with sort of the stress and I guess the burden and the responsibility in a trial like this? How do you just stay sane and keep functional when you're carrying that weight?
Why don't you take that, Bob?
Well, I'm going to let David speak about who sleeps and how they sleep. And
that's true.
I
can. Let me just jump in. I can preface it. Nobody knows this, but Bob Alessi does not sleep. I've never met anyone in my life who maybe gets 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night, and that is not an exaggeration. He is up. And he loves the law so much. He's working, and he has a full life where he accomplishes so much. He's got a beautiful family. He works out like a madman, and he is the amount of work that he gets done is incredible. He makes everybody else feel like a wimp, and so I don't know how well he sleeps. But it's not because he's troubled by anything that we've done. I think we're very proud of what we've done.
Yeah, with regard to, I sleep like a baby when I sleep. And as David says, I love practicing law. I said to my family years ago, because they asked me why I did what I did. And I said, I've got unbridled enthusiasm for life. I live on the cusp. And I said specifically, the cusp is unbridled enthusiasm for life in psychosis. And my lovely wife Ellen says, "There's no cusp; it's all psychosis." Um, I enjoy practicing law, and I don't know what it is. I can honestly say I never feel stress. I never know nothing is it. I'm kind of a mission focused human being, and I probably have a whole bunch of subconscious stress. But when I'm doing what I love to do with people like David Yannetti, who I love working with, I'm just focused on the mission. So to me, those other emotions, etc., for better for worse, don't enter for me.
The other sort of emotional thing I got to ask about is just what was it like working across from Hank Brennan? I mean, he's a very different style from Lally, but there was a lot of things that just kind of lead me to think he might have been difficult to work with. The jabs. I don't know if it felt like it to you, but it felt like it to me and to many of the people in the chat that he was particularly getting Mr. Alessi, your name wrong on purpose. What was it like working sort of, because even though you're opposed, you're still sort of working with somebody to an extent. So what was that like?
David, you want me to take a go at that, or would you like to do it?
No, I'd rather you handle that.
So, what I try to stay away from too much is sort of the personalization of my opponents. This is a wonderful profession, the profession of law. You can do so many good things for clients, for society. And I sometimes look at questions like that, like the office of the president. You may not like who's the president at the current time, but the office is due dignity. And so I sort of look at lawyers that way, and I go in with that presumption. I will say that for my own experience with Attorney Brennan, that for the vast majority of the trial was very good. We got along very well professionally. There were a lot of things behind the scenes that we agreed upon with regard to certain evidence, just to make it more efficient. We didn't generally argue over trite things, and that's what I think skilled lawyers have an obligation to the system to do. Toward the end, it got more challenging for a variety of reasons. I think some of which are just obvious. That hoodie sweatshirt incident changed my perspective with regard to a number of matters. But Attorney Brennan was an opponent, and you can code it whatever way you want, but he was the opponent. He's prosecuting our client and asking for her liberty, her freedom to be taken away forever. And in the end, that's the lens through which I need to view any prosecutor, and especially Attorney Brennan. These charges were unjust. They were unwarranted. In my judgment, at the start of the retrial, once people were able to assimilate the evidence and understand it, my hope, even my expectation, was the top line charge should have been withdrawn, the murder too. It wasn't. There were a lot of dynamics probably extant in the background. But I will conclude with regard to Attorney Brennan that he was and is a skilled attorney. That some of the judgments and the decisions, albeit he's from a different perspective, I just wish they wouldn't have been made, and I wish some different directions would have been taken. But my job, and all of our job, is to take what is there You can hope for something different, but I focused more on this is what's there. That's what's being prosecuted. This is our job. This is our mission. And no matter what came at us, it was our responsibility to find a way to make it work and to make it work for our client.
Well, that is A, it's heartening, and B, a very classy answer. I did want to ask you about the hoodie moment, because that was a major moment in the trial. And for the people in the chat who don't know, Mr. Brennan presented a hoodie and suggested to the witness that the holes in the back of it could have been caused by road rash consistent with a collision. And that was not possible because the origin of the holes was known. It was known to be, from the crime lab. They cut those holes. So what was your reactions in that moment? And, do you believe he got up and said, this is an innocent mistake? Do you believe that, or is that, what's your sort of take on that?
Well, I gave the argument for a mistrial with prejudice on that. I will not repeat. I think probably most of your audience saw it. I will tell you that I was stunned that it occurred. I was disappointed that it occurred. My heart broke for justice at that moment, but it was a millisecond, and then I went into overdrive with regard to combating it. It should never have happened. It wasn't just one attorney. There were 3 attorneys for the prosecution there.
And they all sat quietly.
And, once we realized what happened, and it wasn't just what happened, it was how it happened, where that piece of evidence was at the start of the examination. It wasn't shown to us, as has been the custom, brought over to us. We had a very, very key witness on the stand, Dr. Wolf, on the key issue of whether there was a collision or not. And spoiler alert, there never was a collision. And, it was a key moment. It was toward the end of the trial. And I was very, very disappointed, to say the least, in what happened. And the fact that after I made the motion for the mistrial with prejudice, the response was, I think I may have made an inadvertent mistake. That was the second disappointment that I had in that circumstance. And then we argued for a curative instruction to have the jury understand, because, Ian, this is a twofer what happened. Not only the incorrect representation, but it was attacking the credibility of our expert. One of our key experts, Dr. Wolf, is like, why didn't you talk about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt? Why, didn't you do a good job, in your analysis? So it wasn't just the fact that it was an evidence issue. It was attacking the credibility and competence of our expert. And my third disappointment was the curative instruction, notwithstanding of all of our efforts. So that was just another example of the many challenges that we had in this trial, many of which the public never saw because they were addressed at sidebar. But again, my focus and the team's focus was, okay, that has occurred. We did what we needed to do to protect our client, but now we've got to get from where we are, point A, and we got to go to point B to achieve our goal. So let's keep focused on that and not lament unduly, not whine too much. It's like, okay, back on the horse. Let's get back to what we need to do.
And I saw from one of the juror interviews that apparently the jury did pick up on it, especially probably after the closing. They were like, if they're playing fast and loose on this one, how can we trust any of the rest of sort of what they do? I guess that leads into a question I had, which was Brennan's case. Towards the end of his case, it seemed like it started to fall apart. There were several moments when he scored fantastic goals on his own net. Like Dr. Russell, he goes and asks her, and elicits the answer you guys could never have gotten out about the grief response. You guys would never have been able to get that out on direct. He gets out of Dr. La Posada. He gets, there was no collision. What's your sort of thoughts on, like, his performance actually seemed to decline substantially towards the end? Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you agree with that?
Well, all right, I won't let or make Bob do all the heavy lifting here. So, Ian, as a trial lawyer, I know you understand this. My view is that a trial is a credibility battle, and at a very simple level, it's a credibility battle of the witnesses for each side. Or if the defense doesn't call a witness, it's focused on witness credibility of the prosecution. Here, we did present alternative theories, so the jury has to resolve those and decide who they believe and how much weight to give their testimony. But my view has always been it's a credibility battle between the lawyers as well. And the one thing you don't want to do as a trial lawyer is to promise something and then not deliver. But even more importantly, say something's true and it turns out it wasn't. And so, Bob, who is, one of the most ethical and moral people I've ever met, I hear when he says, he mourned for the lack of justice. That's coming from inside him. That's completely sincere. For me, when that happened, my immediate thought was, I think he just lost the case. My immediate thought was that was the biggest gift we could have been handed in this trial. I wasn't concerned about, was it intentional? Was it an accident? Who knew about it, etc. The optics were terrible. It allowed Alan in closing argument to, sort of rattle off a litany of stuff that was suspect. The fact that the video at the Sally Port at the Canton police station was inverted and they tried to pass it off as not being inverted. The fact that Dr. Welcher said there were no x-rays when lo and behold, there were x-rays. And I think that's why he wasn't recalled as a witness later on. But yeah. Over and above those, that moment with the sweatshirt, to me, stood out more than anything. And I thought Alan effectively, in the closing argument, isolated it and pointed it out to the jury to get to the conclusion that you just said, which is, if they're not telling the truth about this, then what else are they not telling the truth about? And by the way, doesn't that play into our whole theory of the case? So those are my thoughts.
Ian, you're a very experienced and skilled trial lawyer, and you astutely point out the loss of momentum and the own goals at the end. And you probably noticed a difference from trial one. We focused a lot in this trial on experts and the battle of the experts, and less of he said, she said, who's telling the truth among the fact witnesses, and more the science. And that is my area. And I believe two things to your astute point. The first is I believe, had the better grasp of the science, the data, the physics, the medicine. I think secondly, we had the better experts. We had the more knowledgeable people, the people who looked at this using the scientific method. people probably heard enough from me about confirmation bias and scientific method, but those are important precepts when you come to experts. I thought our experts discharged themselves fantastically in
Yes.
in honoring the scientific method and being objective. And I think the jury picked up on that. And to your point of the own goal, um, I'm not sure how much experience the prosecution had with regard to truly cross-examining experts. I cross-examined every one of the Commonwealth's experts. It's a different world cross-examining experts, as you know from your vast experience. It's a different world. It's a different skill set. It's a different approach. And if you don't do it the way that is merited by the situation, you can end up with double-digit owned goals. And I think that happened.
I thought it was actually quite striking to see some of the differences both in the quality of experts, because watching the trial, like really the prosecution expert who I might want to call was Dr. Wolf. If I was sitting here making a list of like who out of this list would I bring on a trial of mine, Dr. Wolf I'd have no problem with, but he was also a big problem because he straight up said, we see this all the time. Somebody falls and this injury and they die. And I went, oh, wow, Brennan, did you not even have a conversation with this guy? But
Brennan
struggled.
Piggybacking on your comment, Ian, the brilliance of Bob Alessi in terms of his cross-examination of Dr. Wolf. It was one of the most unorthodox starts to a cross-examination that you will see, but it was ingenious and it was done for a reason. It was very clear that their Dr. Wolf was a brilliant man, a very experienced witness and very confident, and he was going to be a big challenge to cross-examine. But if you'll remember, Bob started his cross-examination by introducing himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet you, and tell me about your normal day. And Dr. Wolf was an experienced witness, and he was happy to talk about what he does during the day, including, getting up early and making his wife coffee. And these seem to be the softball questions. And, Bob extended that day into a week, I think. And it was only at that point that, having completely set him up, invited him for dinner and put the plate in front of him, that Dr. Wolf realized the food was actually poison. Because that's when Bob struck, if you recall, and said, geez, that your day is fascinating and you're doing important work, but I didn't hear anything about forensic pathology, which is the topic that he was called on to testify to, And I think at that point, Dr. Wolf realized he had been had, and he got a little angry on the stand and said, well, you could have just asked me if I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm not. But in facing such, he was probably the most difficult witness, or the most formidable witness for us to cross-examine in the whole trial. And I thought it was just brilliant the way he handled that.
Yeah, a good expert witness is very difficult to cross. And one of the questions I have for you, Bob, is just, if you don't mind me calling you Bob, is how do you manage to learn? Because you were coming in and at points correcting the experts and going, didn't you just use the wrong term? And they'd be like, oh, sorry. Yes, I did. You had to cover like 6, 7, 8 different fields in order to be good enough that you can, that the experts sort of also recognize you as an expert, which we didn't see with Brennan. Brennan's trying and they're like, no, you're like a kid in the sandbox. How do you possibly do that?
Well, the first part of the answer is I just love learning. I always have. I went to pharmacy school before law school, so I had every chemistry, physics, calculus known to man. And I enjoyed all of it except for calculus. I never enjoyed it. But I just enjoy learning. I enjoy technical STEM type issues, and I'll stay up all night to read about them and to learn them. And it's a joy for me to do. I have in my career, like the best experts, I feel like I get mini master's degrees just by working with brilliant people. And the fact that I don't sleep much allows me to have about 1.7 times a life than others. So I get more time to prepare. It's like the person who takes the exam gets extra time. That's me. And
I'm envious.
I just enjoy it. When you enjoy what you're doing, you're gonna learn. And God gave me a little bit of facile with some technical issues, and great experts to work with, and also a great team. It's when you've got a team like the team we had, that I don't know if it will ever be repeated. What happens is I'm doing that. I'm in a corner nerding out with stuff I love because David Yannetti has got some very heavy witnesses. And let me make a point clear. Some of the very heavy witnesses that just didn't end up testifying, David Yannetti had, right? And so I can be confident that when I'm diverted all my time and in my, technical bubble with all these experts, that I've got Boston's best criminal defense attorney on the other things. So in sum, it's me doing what I like to do, and my background allows me maybe to do it slightly better than other attorneys, but also knowing all the time I'm myopically focusing in on that. I've got other team members like David Yannetti who are at the top of their game on the other matters. So it's just good team construction and team dynamics that really synergizes into many other salutary aspects of practicing law.
Yeah, and of course, I would add that Bob mentions the team, and I'm here, and I certainly appreciate the kind words, but Alan Jackson and Liza Little were, I think, about as tireless as Bob was. And before I get to Alan, if you don't mind me just saying a few words about the other members of the team.
Oh, I was actually going to get to that, so I'm glad you.
Good. Yeah, I mean, Liza was really the unsung hero of the team to me, and I know Alan would say the same thing. He always does. In the last trial, we only had 3 attorneys, and my goodness, we had so many more witnesses. We were drinking from a fire hose for 4 months, and it was horrific. And bringing on Bob took such a load off us, and then having 8 interns that we didn't have last time took such a load off us, so that we could really try this case the right way. It was really a luxury. But Liza was in on every witness. She is a brilliant attorney, and tireless. Her writing is, some of the best legal writing you'll get in the country. She was all in, and everybody knows about Alan. I mean, a phenomenal trial lawyer. Strengths that very few lawyers have, in my estimation. I think just a wonderful cross-examiner. Has a facility for it. I feel as though I learned something very valuable from every member of this team. And I've even learned from the interns, in terms of the one that, they crafted the verdict slip, and they really had a great perspective, and including the Evan Wolk, who manned the video machine for us. He's also a BC law student, and he was just phenomenal.
I was actually quite impressed, because there was a substantial difference in that, because you'd be able to, I watched, your side, and you'd just be like, Mr. Wolk, and he'd have it up, right? And it would just be seamless. And Mr. Brennan didn't have that. He would often have to have he'd break his cross-examination to have a little conversation with his staff. And I actually kind of felt bad that Brennan didn't have the team in the same way. But I guess, what do you think of Lally's role in this? Because Lally, was the guy in trial 1, and in trial 2 you barely see him, and it's sort of only on very inconsequential matters. Is there sort of a feeling there as to sort of how that was working, or can you comment on that?
So yeah, I'm willing to say this, which is, I've done criminal law my whole career. I was an assistant DA for 10 years handling these cases, and then I've been a defense attorney for 25. I've had a lot of experience dealing with opposing criminal counsel, and almost without exception, I developed some type of relationship with opposing counsel. I fight really hard within the courtroom, but outside of the courtroom, I don't take any of it. And I'd be just as quick to go out to dinner with somebody than to shun them after a trial. I didn't. I've now known Adam Lally for 3.5 years, but I put known in quotes. I never really got a feel for him. He wasn't really interested in small talk or getting to know me in any way, and it could be because we took such an aggressive approach with his office, and I don't know that he took it personally. I didn't really see any evidence of that. I think he was just there doing his job, but to me he didn't seem interested in more than doing his job. So to answer your question, I don't know what he was thinking, because I really don't know the man. I think he was put in a very difficult position, right? I mean, he was the guy in trial number 1, and he basically did. I think he did every witness. I don't think Laura McLaughlin took one witness last time. And you're right. This time he was not the guy. I think from all appearances, I thought that he behaved professionally. He didn't seem like he was whining or sulking or anything like that. But I can't really speak beyond that.
I've one of the big decisions and one of the huge sort of moments was you guys decided not to call Trooper Proctor. I know there was a fight over getting and you guys did great work on getting Proctor's texts in and so forth. But there was the decision not to call, and this was probably the most contested decision among sort of the law tube community. And so can you talk about sort of that decision and like why that was, why that was made? What was the thinking there?
You go, Bob.
Yeah, we can't speak much about that issue, as I'm sure you can imagine. It is one of the questions, so you asking it is perfectly understandable. There was, as you can imagine, considerable discussion about that topic, but not unfortunately able to go into the strategy behind it. But I will say something. There were significant evidentiary battles as a result of our decision not to call Proctor. And there were several attempts by the prosecution to try to force us to call former Trooper Proctor. And that was a fight that went on pretty much through the whole trial. And credit David Yannetti, because it was two parts, not calling him, but then how do we get the texts into evidence as to what he said? That was an epic battle, evidentiary wise. David Yannetti ultimately won that battle for the defense. We got those texts in, and those texts were used at closing. Now, some people in social media and other areas may not believe that the impact from merely reading them as opposed to seeing former Trooper Proctor on the stand was what they had perhaps hoped for. I have a completely different review, respectfully, than those folks. I believe and am very, very comfortable with the decision we made. I was comfortable at the time with what we made. I was very comfortable with the effectuation. but the effectuation happened because of David's mastery of the evidence to get those to be read. So in conclusion, understand the interest in it. It was a big part of trial one, but that was part of, Ian, a larger universe of us coming at trial two differently. And that was really just part of the difference, and albeit to some a large part of it. But thanks to David, we got the evidence in.
The one thing I would add to that, not talking about our specific case, I think I can generalize it more. And I think this is a very interesting issue, which is I've tried other third-party culprit cases where the defense has been that somebody else did it. I can think of two off the top of my hand that, top of my head, I should say, that I've tried as a defense attorney, and several as a prosecutor earlier in my career. But based on my experience, and perhaps it's anecdotal, but I feel very strongly about this. Based on my experience, when the prosecution is able to present to the jury the third-party culprit, they increase their chances of winning the case. That's how I feel. And if they fail to present the third-party culprit to the jury, they tend to lose the case. And my thinking on that is that when there's an allegation against a third-party culprit, even if it's in the context of a Bowden issue, Bowden being the Massachusetts case that talks about the failure of the police to properly investigate, it's all the same. If you're pointing the finger at someone else and the jury never sees them or hears from them, never hears their tone of voice, sees their facial expression, never gets to size them up in the way that they size up every other witness, it's much easier to make that person the boogeyman to the jury. And in this case, I felt like we had really three boogeymen. We had Trooper Proctor with those text messages. We had Brian Albert, who didn't come out of his house, and we had Brian Higgins, who really looked nefarious in this trial in a way that he did not in the last trial. And the boogeymen were humanized to a degree in trial one. Adam Lally put everybody on. Boy, it was tedious, but there is an argument to be made that perhaps that was the better strategy if you were prosecuting the case.
He got to a hung jury.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, I suppose the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, of course, our defense was different too this time, but we did feel like that. We were in better shape going into the closing arguments in this trial than the last one.
I actually, that's an issue that I came around on, because my initial thought on it was actually, I was like, you've got to get Proctor. What are they doing? And then it was partially just the text and the moment where like Proctor's good friend was unwilling to read them. I actually thought that should have made it. That was one of my minor criticisms of Jackson's close, is I would have put in a line along the lines of, and his good friend won't even repeat these messages. They're so foul that but the other thing that sort of brought me around on that was watching him cross-examine Deaver.
Don't call her Deaver.
She might appear as a fourth cube if you do that, Ian.
Exactly.
But just watching her and watching Brennan like feed her excuses under the guise of cross-examination, it's like, here's an excuse. Isn't that true? Yes. I really came around on that one, and I went, it's a much better decision, I thought, to not have him up, to let Brennan try to rehabilitate him. And if Brennan's trying that hard to make you call him, why doesn't he just call him himself? Because he can't, if you call it, or if he calls him himself, he can't do that strategy. It's,
Well,
I was
I called
impressed,
him
I
out
guess.
on that when we were arguing about whether we had to call Proctor or not. I finally just revealed it in open court during argument. I was like, we should not have to call Trooper Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can make his closing argument during cross-examination. In our case, right? I mean, I didn't think it was a close call.
Did you think Dever was going to be as much of a tire fire as she was?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity because sometimes lawyers give too long answers on these types of programs. I'm just going to agree with David on that one.
I was stunned at just how bad of a witness she was, and I mean, if I'm a defense lawyer in that town, I'm taking notes just for every other trial she gets up to. It's like, oh, so you're prone to false memories, are you?
Mm.
Couldn't this allegation be a false memory?
Mm. That's a very good point.
To your point that I think pervades a lot of things, I hope the jury concluded, and I hope your viewers and other people watching concluded, that the defense genuinely tried to put on witnesses that were honest, were they're experts, they followed science and the scientific method, and that we just presented the jury with as sort of, yes, we have a job to do and we're biased for our client, but try to be honest brokers of the truth. Try to be the ones that facilitate the truth to the jurors so they can make the best decision possible. And I'm very, very proud of our team and the witnesses we put on. And although I was very close, obviously, to the matter being in the courtroom, I really saw a big contrast with the witnesses we put on and the witnesses for the prosecution. And I think she was just one of the paradigmatic examples of that contrast.
Yeah, that and Burgess. How did you find Burgess's resume fudging? Like, what was the the research process for that?
Yeah, we had internal and external help on that, is the most I will say. And I will tell you that for purposes of my cross-examination of Mr. Burgess, I had maybe 4 questions in my thought process for him, and it just blossomed into almost a full half to 3/4 of a day based upon his answers and based upon some other factors. But it was an internal and external diligence process. And just the more that you kept peeling back that onion, the more jaw dropping it became. And I also thought just how the cross examination developed was almost equally jaw dropping.
I actually compare and contrast that with Brennan taking his run at Dr. La Posada, because there was the big argument about, can we get in the the fire and those things. And then when he takes his big run, like, the judge allows all that in against objections and so forth, and he takes his big run and she just answers honestly and shuts him down, versus Burgess, who drags it out into a full-on thing. And I mean, that says that, tremendous credit, because you guys you guys found experts. And I mean, Aperture is supposed to be a company that delivers like reliable experts, and they did not come out looking good here. I guess, how do you feel about, well, I guess I'll ask, Welcher had a number of points that weren't addressed on cross, but were addressed with follow-up witnesses, like the x-rays and the lean in and so forth. Was there a plan for like how to deal with, I'm just wondering, like, how much of that was waiting for rebuttal on that?
Great question. The short answer is three parts to the answer. First is I determined what I wanted to go after him on cross. I had no idea that he was going to be the type of witness that he turned out to be. I'm always prepared for everything, but I had no idea he would do things to the extent that he did. So when you see somebody doing that, you've got to adjust. You just can't say, I'm going to just keep following my plan, especially with experts, or really any witness, but particularly experts. You got to palpitate the situation and pivot as needed. And so I saw what Welcher was doing. I put my crumbs in on my physics with force equals mass times acceleration. The fact he did it with the head but not the arm, which is a cardinal sin for a biomechanist if you're not going to use Newton's second law and you're going to try to do a kindergarten pain experiment. Well, we knew the kindergarten pain experiment was what he was relying upon. But after seeing what he was doing, you saw me come back differently on day 2 with him. So part 1 was just get what you can out of him. Then day 2 was to let the jury know day 1 isn't going to happen again. We're not going to torture you through that. Let him do what he did the first day. So now it's a different approach. It's more efficient. It's more pointed. And knowing how he's going to try to obscure the truth. And then the part 3, as you again astutely identify, was given how part 1 and part 2 went, don't try to force out of him things that he's just going to either be mendacious about, be obstructive, and just get it from other witnesses. And that's just, what trial lawyers do that do it the right way, is just realize what's in front of you. And there was an extraordinarily conscious effort to come back through our witnesses. As you saw, we went through the physics with ARCA, much clearer. And then also, lastly, with regard to, I give you one example. I don't know if you remember the slide in Dr. Welcher's report at the end, where it was this person who didn't apparently have a broken arm from the accident, him trying to show, oh, hey, here's an example where somebody went 24 miles an hour and got hit by a motor vehicle and didn't have a broken arm. Well, lo and behold, we had and I knew that, and I initially intended to cross him on that, but I knew the bizarre things he would say. So I just decided I'm going to go with Dr. Russell on that and have her explain it. And I think your viewers know the rest, that we just went through and said how that's nothing like our situation. So in sum, Ian, that's an example of palpitating the situation, pivoting. And yes, it was completely conscious, all of it in a plan to bring it up when we wouldn't have the clunkiness that exuded from him, because he just wouldn't be a scientist and a truth teller on the stand.
And is that what happened to, like, Brennan throughout the trial was promising, I'm going to have this person on rebuttal, I'm going to have that person on rebuttal, sometimes to actually get things out of the court. Like, I can ask about the DNA because I'm bringing the DNA back. And then his rebuttal was, I have no rebuttal, like, which is a weird ending. So do you have any thoughts on the, like, complete lack of rebuttal?
I do. I mean, I was the one that was going to handle everyone, cross-examine every one of his rebuttal witnesses. Just as a selfish personal matter, I was extraordinarily disappointed he didn't call them. I was very much looking forward to it. But for our client, it was a good thing. I could give you many reasons, some of which unfortunately would be self-laudatory as to why he didn't call them, and I won't do that. I will just say that we were very, very much ready for every one of his rebuttal witnesses. And I believe the lopsidedness would have been pronounced. I believe Attorney Brennan recognized that almost as much as we did. He kept the specter, though, of those rebuttal witnesses almost as sort of a faux sort of Damocles he thought was over our head. And I don't know if he knew, but we were thirsting to have that occur. Only he knows best why he didn't call them, but I can tell you, we were very confident as to what was going to happen. And as insubstantial as the ending of his case was, I believe it would have been much more insubstantial had he called even one, let alone all of those rebuttal witnesses.
I was actually somewhat disappointed when he didn't call a rebuttal witness, because I was chomping at the bit for Welcher to come back and have to explain all of the things that had been set up. You know, okay, now you're back. Why don't you have the x-rays? Which is brilliant, because either Brennan didn't give him the x-rays or he lied to the court about having the x-rays. Either answer is awful. He'd have to explain like the lean in. I was waiting for all of that. And then Brennan is like, we better not do that. I think my suspicion is that Brennan realized he'd been so efficiently boxed out of being able to come back with that there's no way you can make Welcher come back and look good. There's just
he was not going to get the bang for his buck. Whatever interest he had in eliciting further information, the cross-examination was going to overwhelm it.
And I said I wouldn't bring up super chats, but I might occasionally, if Bob Alessi won't be self-laudatory, I'll laud him. I also regret the lost rebuttal cross. Ref might have had to stop it. Yep.
That's very true.
Andrea is also a boxer, so she knows everything about the ref having to stop it. So can
I just say something about Andrea? Like you, Ian, she is an incredibly talented and astute lawyer.
100%.
You two just have extraordinary skills and natural instincts with regard to the law. And I will just say that Andrea Burkhart and Ian Runkle, when they say something, it's very much worth listening to.
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing, and I'm sure Andrea is as well. I had a question. Was there a particular piece of evidence that, because there was a whole lot you guys had, and there's places where like I was watching the arguments and I'm just like, I want this in. But for you guys, was there a particular sort of, if you had to pick sort of one thing you really wanted to get into or to address that you couldn't? Is there sort of something that comes to mind? Or
number one for me, ARCO was hired by the Department of Justice. That was number one for me. That was the third rail. I don't know. Does that term make sense to somebody from Canada? Do you know what the third rail is?
We've got subways.
I didn't know if it was just a Boston term, but anyway, that was off limits. That was off limits from the moment it was mentioned to the judge that the federal investigation existed, and we received the information that we did. Right up until the end of the trial. I think we got the sense, no matter what happened, that we would argue open the door for that discussion. She was not going to let us go there, and she didn't. So, in light of the verdicts that we got, all's well, and I don't lose any sleep over that at all. But boy, it would have been sweet for the jury to have heard that. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a judge, and maybe there's a reason for that. But I thought that was very relevant information. The jury should have known the genesis of how they came into the case, and we had to do it this trial by process of elimination. That's how we got that in. In the last trial, we had feedback from jurors. I'm sure you saw this, that some of them thought that ARCO was hired by Karen's insurance company, which that impacts their credibility in a real negative way, right?
It's not just me that saw it. Brennan saw it too. And the way I know that is because he directly asked, So you get hired by insurance companies, right? And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
followed that up with, is there a reason why you didn't want to tell the jury that you get hired by what's the jury going to think?
Mm.
And then we don't get to know what's in sidebars, but tell me if I'm wrong here. The sidebar immediately following that, I'm sure, was, isn't this door open?
So that's something that we can't speak to. The sidebars have all been sealed. So,
Fair enough.
but judges instruct juries all the time that they can use deductive reasoning and draw inferences. So I will allow the fact finders here to draw their own inferences.
I thought that was blowing the door open. I was sitting there going, they have to let the FBI in at this point because the jury, it's been directly suggested. And the other thing is that just sort of strikes me about this one is that if it's relevant, if they were hired by an insurance company, it's also got to be relevant whoever else hired them. If it bears on their credibility in any way. But I mean, I'm not.
But you've persuaded me.
We've got a good verdict on it.
Yeah, the prosecution got to use that as a sword and a shield, and unfairly so, which I think, Ian, is one of your points. I'll tell you quickly my piece of evidence that's on the top of my list is the alternative theory as to what happened, namely that Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located. That was someplace else, and we had solid medical and other evidence, and we were not allowed to proffer even the evidence, let alone push the theory. And isn't that a fundamental Sixth Amendment right, your constitutional right to a defense? Inherent in your constitutional right to a defense is the ability to put forth an alternative theory to that of the prosecution. And we had tremendous evidence backed by facts, backed by experts, and we were not allowed to go there. I wasn't even allowed to go there in my cross-examination of Dr. Scordi Bello, the medical examiner, who couldn't determine the manner of death. So why then wasn't it a minimum that I could pursue those questions, and I was not allowed to do so? That, I think, was an unfortunate situation, but that stuck out for me.
One of the moments that stuck out for me in hindsight, I guess, is that, and the chat will not forgive me if I don't ask this, the photos that Turtle Boy has tweeted out of the garage. And I sort of can rewind directly to where that would have been. The question of, so, I want to ask, is this going, is this consistent with the, the mark on the head? Was that sort of part of where you wanted to go with that, with, the photos there?
Unfortunately, that's another area that Ian Runkle ends up asking a tremendously good question, but we can only compliment the question and not begin an answer.
And for the people in the chat, lawyers are stuck with rules, and sometimes we end up with all sorts of, things. So please do not hold anything against them. It's just the nature of the profession. And I entirely encouraged them before we got on, like, if there's a question and you can't answer it, don't. So please do not. This is a sign of ethical lawyers. So I know it's frustrating sometimes with chats, but it is what it is. What did you guys think about the moment where they tried to get Karen Reed's communications in through Turtle Boy, or tried to get a hold of them through Turtle Boy? And there's that whole movie badass moment as suddenly the doors open and lawyers file in at the 11th hour to go, we object. What were your thoughts when that was going down and when you're having to respond to that?
I will tell you that we were downstairs in a big jury room in the courthouse, and we had a bunch of folks in there, and we were live streaming what was going on in that courtroom. And then we started.
Bob, let me interrupt you. Explain why we were in that room.
David, please.
Well, we walked into the courthouse and we wanted to go up to the courtroom, and we were diverted by a court officer to say, there's a hearing going on upstairs. You guys wait in this, conference room. So I'm sorry I interrupted, but I think that's an important piece to this.
This is just another example of my stellar co-counsel being an excellent important point to make sure we start with. So with that, we are then in this diverted room, and I can't remember who was on the team, just decided to start live streaming, and we watched, and then we were like, did they really ask that question? That involves and it implicates our client. Then the next one. And then all of a sudden, someone said, we got to get up there. And so.
Well, and Bob, but you're also, you left out, we learned that the case upstairs, the name of that case was Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And I mean, our hair just spontaneously combusted and lit on fire. And Bob led the charge upstairs. You could see how fast he entered that courtroom.
Yeah, I was basically like, we're going up. And I don't know if my feet ever touched the ground from that room. And then, of course, there's court officers outside the door, right? You just can't walk in an ongoing court proceeding. So I kind of like flew up the stairs, and the team was right with me. And then I see the court officers, and it's like, okay, Bob, you got to bring it down a notch. You got to walk professionally. You can't like run at them. And so I slowed the pace down. I went and I somewhat calmly said to the court officer outside the door, I said, excuse me, Officer X. And I know the name. I'm just trying to protect them because they did us a tremendous favor.
They're doing their job. They're not, yeah.
And so I said, there's a proceeding going on in there that we've learned is about our client, and there are statements made about our client. I said, we need to be in that room now. And to that officer's credit, he goes, okay, Mr. Alessi, I understand. Let me just check. So I believe, I don't know, he probably went and checked with whomever was the court officer in charge. Next thing you know, he opens up the door, and you saw the rest.
I was just watching it, and yeah.
I just want to add, my comment about the court officers telling us to remain downstairs, I am not alleging that they did anything that they shouldn't have done. I think it was just a directive trying to control traffic or whatever. I think it was an innocent explanation, and the court officers treated us great during this trial. So I'm just thinking to myself, is somebody going to take that the wrong way? And I just want to go on record with that. I
actually thought the court officers did a tremendous job, just watching this, because
they did.
I mean, that's a tiny courthouse or courtroom. It's a difficult scenario. There's a lot of without casting aspersions at anybody, there's a lot of tension among people who want to be present, and there was very little, I didn't hear really, aside from one instance, that's sort of a minor thing. I didn't hear of any conflict between the families. It just was very, very smooth and orderly. So I was quite impressed.
They did a great job keeping control of that courtroom and really keeping control of the whole trial. They really did a commendable job, in my view.
Yeah, those court officers were absolutely stellar. I could probably list them all by first name. They would greet you professionally. Every once in a while, we just have an interpersonal conversation. Your daughter plays softball. You watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh, I just started watching it. These are human beings with a very, very difficult job and a very important job. And they were just stellar in every regard. And it started when you entered the courtroom and went through the machine. Melissa, Abby, they were all fantastic. And, entering a courtroom for something of these stakes, to have a humane and professional environment sets the tone for everything else that's going to happen in that courtroom. So total tip of the hat to the court officers.
And how do you feel that social media and sort of, I guess, new media, which I guess includes me, but Turtle Boy and just Twitter in general affected this trial?
Two answers to that. Number one, I don't have any evidence that jurors were paying attention to social media, and they answered those same three questions the same way every day. So I think we have to take them at their word. I will say that we paid general attention to social media, and if we didn't, it was pointed out to us. And there were, I won't say advice, but there was information on social media that we wound up using to our advantage during this trial. There are a lot of smart people out there watching this case, and we have, I think, three smart lawyers and Dave in a conference room, working through it as well. But the addition of these people who were so invested in our defense and trying to help out and sort of seeing things from a different perspective, it benefited us.
Yeah, I want to build on what David said quickly and just say, in the type of cases I try, and I'm fortunate to try some heavy high-stake cases, I call them sort of like COVID cases. Remember COVID, there were the big basketball games or football games, big games on, and you look in the audience and there's nobody there. So, when I'm trying like whatever, a trademark case or patent, whatever it is, you don't have this much attention for these cases. So social media's impact on a case, this was a little bit new for me. And so I have a large firm and we've got a social media team, and they were monitoring what was going on. And in some ways, it's just writ large of the jury. It could be representative. So two functions to me were, as David said, the information we were getting. There was just some great ideas and some great thoughts, but also sort of a barometer. Are we landing what we're trying to do? And I haven't had that benefit from many trials. Is not that it's statistically significant all the time, but I will also say, lastly, that I didn't have much time to do it, but I will tell you, I would tune in to Ian Runkle and see what he had to say and see what his thoughts were. I would tune into Andrea Burkhart, Peter Tragos, the defense diaries, these two detectives, forensic detectives, Ron and Paul, whoever they are. I would tune into them. Ted Daniel, what's he hearing out on the street? And I could go on and on and on. The brother counsel, there are just so many. And to me, it was just like a big library. I didn't have time to read all the books, but sometimes I would pick up some. And so I think, I'll speak for myself. Social media gave me more tools and more information, and I'm very grateful. And I am completely impressed with the level of astuteness and intelligence out there.
Did you notice a difference in sort of, I guess, vibe between like the commentary online versus the commentary from like mainstream media and some of the more institutional, I guess, media?
Oh, completely. And I'm going to give an excuse for mainstream traditional media that they may not deserve, but they are soundbite news people, right? They have 30 seconds a minute. And the more modern, if you will, podcasters, YouTubers, lawtubers, you just get more extended conversations, right? So the vibe to me is there's a greater depth with regard to what I call the more modern media. And I will say, unfortunately, and I hope I don't have an undue bias, I just thought the mainstream media wasn't accurately reporting what really the facts were, where the case was going. I just didn't get the sense, with one exception, or maybe two exceptions, that, it was more than just a vibe. It was, they were maybe trying to manufacture a vibe that just really wasn't represented by the facts. So my perspective was, I really think that because of the beauty of, Ian, what you and your colleagues in your industry do, you're not able to do that. You're going to have somebody with a super chat or some other they're going to come right at you. So I just like the whole vibe of the check and balance that exists in the more modern atmosphere. And, you got to go on and face everybody on your shows. Whereas some executive producer at pick your major network, they're not accountable, right? And they can push a narrative, or they can maybe keep soundbitey. And so for all those reasons, I think there's a different vibe. And one of the reasons why, and David, of course, will speak for himself, is we're on your show and we'll probably be on other shows, is because I just think the vibe you give people is pretty simple. Accuracy. It's more accurate.
And the other thing I'll just say, I've been a criminal defense lawyer for ages, and you go to a party and you always get what I call the party question. It's somebody who's up in your face about how can you possibly do that. And one of the things I've seen change, a number of people in my chat have said, hey, I never thought that I'd have heroes who were criminal defense lawyers. Like, that to me is such a huge change, and that's you guys. Like, that is and I know you're saying I'm not going to toot my own horn, but you guys really are like legitimate heroes in a way that I guess it's hard to sort of explain to the average person, the sense of like, you guys actually were in a situation where you saw somebody in trouble and stepped in, many of you with like not just no financial interest, but like at a loss, and were able to like, I have some skills, I have some, and I'm gonna, step up. I guess, you guys, how does it feel sort of to be that, that sort of hero to many, many people nowadays?
So can I take the first crack at that, Bob? Yeah, I mean, I would give some pushback that where anything special in terms of being heroes, or that there's something unique about us. I don't think that's the case. I think that this team is talented and dedicated, and generally smart, despite my inclusion on the team. But I think that there are a lot of other attorneys who could do what we do. If you came down, Ian, and you were hired for this case, you would have stepped in seamlessly. And there are a lot of other attorneys who would do the same thing. So I look at it more as, we were doing our job, and we were incredibly fortunate to have a case that galvanized the public because everyone recognized the injustice. So, it wasn't, it certainly makes me feel so good that I was representing someone in whom I saw her innocence, and I saw the injustice, and maybe I was able to help out in some small way in terms of trying to correct that. But I don't buy into this. All of a sudden I'm something special. I don't feel that way. I feel like I did my job. And the second aspect of this is that putting that aside, it's surreal to be in this situation. Surreal. I don't know if you probably never got down to the courthouse. You just saw the videos outside because you're so far away.
We could hear the
But
roar from inside the court,
oh
inside the courtroom camera.
my goodness! I mean, to have adoring public clamoring for your attention or some type of connection. I mean, I'm not used to that. I'm not somebody that seeks out that limelight. If I'm at a party, I'm generally in a corner having a private conversation as opposed to working the crowd. I think the other members of my team may have a little different perspective, but I so appreciated being in this position. I had such love for everybody that showed up. I mean, I was blown away by the people that would take time out of their day and wait for us to come out of the courthouse. And, the crowds kept getting bigger and bigger. And I will never in my life forget the feeling walking out of that courthouse after we won and seeing the throngs of people lining the streets with signs and giving us the I love you sign in sign language. And I had such love in my heart for everybody, and I was drinking it in. I was trying to make eye contact with everybody in that crowd. I just wanted to make a connect. I would have kissed everybody in that crowd if I could, and I'll never forget it. It was such a special experience.
My perspective is similar, but a little different in some ways than David's. Similar in that the real heroes in my mind are those people who put on the uniform for their country, don't make a lot of money,
Exactly.
sacrifice their lives, be it a first responder, a military person. They literally put their lives on the line, and they may not see their family when they come home. And so to me, I have a special and limited definition of a hero. However, I do view ourselves as a step down below heroes, but somewhat of an elevated status. And I view that as being a vessel, being privileged to take on the desires, the wants, and the cries for justice of the millions of people who have watched this trial and watched what happened. So in that regard, I almost feel somewhat like an avatar for everybody. And so with that comes a responsibility to work hard, do good, because we're the only thing between those folks and just disappointment. And so I consider it a stepping up. There are significant financial sacrifices. Everybody on this team made personal financial sacrifices. I'm not going to go into the details, but they're real. And however, and David has heard me say this before, there are different kinds of income in my mind. There's monetary income that everybody knows about. There's psychic income, which gives you a feeling of joy in what you're doing. And then there's spiritual income. And whether it's religious or just whatever spiritual, that's income. And I will tell you for myself, the spiritual income from being able to work on this case, to be a vessel through which millions of people could exist and see that we're every one of them. We have some skill sets that we can do maybe a little bit more, but many people, as David said, did so many things and sacrificed. Also, I felt that there's a limited number of attorneys in my mind who would actually end up doing this. And so I want to credit my team members. And I never heard anybody once in the many months. And
you're about to get to where I was about to, I think.
Yeah, I just came on the second trial. David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Liza Little. This was their second. And no one ever mentioned one peep about how this is affecting me in whatever way. So I want to
Yeah.
give credit particularly to my co-counsel for the sacrifices they made, and a step down below hero, but maybe a little bit more than your average person.
I think you guys might be being too humble, because if anybody ever comes at you, you can say, we saved a life. And when I think of the files that I have, that I like feel good about, I don't think about the file where I made a pile of money. I think about the file that I did for basically nothing. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5, 6, somewhere around that, files, like separate sets of charges. I got $50 out of it, but I saved a guy's leg. And that's what I think about. And the thing is that guy had gone from courtroom to courtroom. When you say anybody would do it, it's not the case. It's that the people who step up will do it. I mean, I'm sure you could have found any number of lawyers who would have said, I'll do this if the money's there. But you guys stepped up and kept at it. And, that to me is, I put tremendous value in that myself. And I am, in awe and grateful for the example. So, don't sell yourselves too short, I guess, is the, and what about, sort of did you guys have other sacrifices? Because we heard, some witnesses talking about, harassment and so forth. Has that affected you? Has that been sort of something that's been in your life and a concern?
Not really. Social media is a very powerful tool, and we've had so much positive feedback that it's been so gratifying to read that. And then on the other side, uh, we've made enemies, and there are people watching right now who hate my guts. I'm so lovable. How can you hate me? But no, I mean, there are people that disagree with our stance in this case, are very angry at how hard we have pushed our defense, and I understand that. But I don't internalize it. They say whatever they want about me, and I'm sorry, but it just rolls off my back. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and me neither. I mean, I'm a boxer. I go in and get hit for fun, involuntarily. None of that daunts me, and it doesn't affect me whatsoever. But I also think of our client, Karen Reed. Uh,
Yeah.
if you just begin to even imagine what she's gone through, what she's taken, and what she's taken every day with her entire liberty at stake, to me, Bob Alessi taking an adverse comment, being threatened, whatever it is, it's just like it just pales in comparison. But more importantly than all of that is I would like to believe that what this defense team has done deters what has happened to Miss Reed, that the next whomever it is, law enforcement, whatever, they think about doing what happened here, where they miscalculated the strength of the response of Karen Reed. I would
Yeah.
like to hope that serves as a deterrent, in that whatever little effect of us, a threat or whatever, that we see that it's worth it, because if there's one less Karen Reed victim in the world, then it's all worth it. But I'm hopeful that whatever we've incurred has avoided many injustices that otherwise might have incurred, because people say, wow, we better be careful, because if we misstep, maybe we see a team like the Karen Reed team again, and maybe we just do the right thing.
This time they really tangled with a porcupine. Karen Reed was tougher than they gave her credit for, and it
oh yes, oh
it didn't work
yes.
out for them at all.
No, they had no idea what they were up against. I mean, you hit on a good point. I mean, this defense team was very tough. We did our jobs, but it was Karen Reed that would not be bent.
Do you think there'll be sort of corollary consequences for, like, we've seen Proctor is no longer Trooper Proctor. I don't know what he's going to be doing with his life at this point, but I wish him a long career that has no authority over people. Do you think there's going to be, sort of follow-up consequences, that there's going to be more people who maybe see sanctions or some other punishment for their involvement in this whole thing?
I think there's two broad categories to the answer to that. In 30 seconds, I think there's the legal, new or continued legal matters to address these matters. And I'm saying it purposefully obtusely. But I think there's also a democratic approach and democracy. We have an absolutely wonderful country in the United States. I know Canada has a great system as well. I know the United States. I don't know Canada as well. But we have a system where we've got a great democracy. And I am hopeful that the great people of this country that I love will take action, exercise their right to vote, stand up, be heard, and cause reform to be made. And do it in a constructive way, a peaceful way, but an aggressive way. And so I'm hopeful that even more than the legal avenues, that people who have engaged so wonderfully and smartly stay engaged and cause change to be made, because change needs to be made in matters that we've experienced. So that's my hope, is that the democracy and the groundswell continues, and I think that's the best way to effectuate, and most enduring way to effectuate change.
What do you think? Have you guys seen the sort of Proctor, McCabe, Albert sort of reputation rehabilitation tour that they seem to be on? Do you have any thoughts on any of their interviews or any of those sort of things they've been up to?
Have you seen it, Bob?
I've seen only very quick summaries on social media. I have not watched one video on it, so I have not.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen the interview start to finish. I've just seen some snippets. I mean, they seem like they're upset, and they have every right to be heard. I'm really not focusing on that. I think that's for others to comment on, I think.
In some ways, I think that might be the best if nobody watches them. But
yeah, I believe our legal system is constructed and is the best vehicle to get the truth out. And I really wish that those folks would have been under oath to tell their story under oath, because that is the way our system is constructed to get the truth out the best. That didn't happen in this second trial, but in our system, that's the way for the truth to come out the best. Other vehicles for doing that, I leave it to others to do what they do in those fora. But I think time and time again, it's proven that you raise your hand and you go under oath. That's the way the truth comes out the best.
I will say that one thing that has been very disappointing to me in the aftermath of this verdict is the number of legal commentators, some of whom are licensed attorneys, some of whom are former FBI or law enforcement, who have come out and criticized the jury in this case.
Yes.
I think that is pornographic. I think it's It's outrageous, and nobody who operates within this system should be criticizing a jury that spent even an hour evaluating evidence and a 2-minute verdict, never mind taking 3 months out of their lives and several days to hash out the evidence and decide whether the state has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think, ironically, District Attorney Morrissey had it right when he came out with a statement that was just 4 words, which is the jury has spoken. That's all we should be hearing now from the other side. We shouldn't be hearing any attacks on the jury or what they did or didn't do, particularly from lawyers. How can you do that as a lawyer? And how can you ask for anyone to respect you if you are criticizing what a jury has done in the great system that we have? So that made me feel better to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to get there and ask if you've seen, some of that criticism, because I share your feelings on it. But B, if you've seen the juror interview, like some of the juror interviews that have been released.
Yeah, I haven't seen the juror interviews. I've seen, again, social media snippets about what they may say, which I just can't wait. I need to see and hear the whole thing. But I want to say this, and this is the first thing of substance that I said immediately after we left the courthouse. I looked over at the courthouse and said, God bless those 12 men and women on the jury. God bless them. They performed so ably, not because of the result we got. They paid such close attention. David and I have been in front of a lot of juries. They were so attentive. They took notes. They were poker players. You seldom would see, with a few exceptions, any reaction. They did their job. They had the front row seat. This is our system. This is a great system. And I couldn't agree with David more. I'm outraged, particularly at attorneys. Some people in lay media, maybe because maybe they don't know the sacrosanct nature of the jury and the jury system. But I am equally outraged of any legal professional that mentions one word about the jury other than God bless you, thank you for your service, your sacrifices. And I just don't get it.
There have been in the past, like, historical miscarriages with juries and so forth. This jury, the ones who've given interviews and so forth, it is very clear that they took things very seriously. And the comments, I actually, here in Canada, we can't interview jurors. It's actually illegal to go up to a juror and ask them a question. My wife was on a jury. I don't know anything about the trial because I, take that seriously. But my faith in the system was restored tremendously watching some of those interviews and the degree of thought. And it wasn't just any, we see criticism that they just were like, oh, they were free Karen Reed people who snuck onto the jury, which is scurrilous and has no basis. But just the way they put thought into it and the way they express skepticism of both sides. There's evidence that it's clear that the defense brought that they were not convinced by, and other things that they were, and ultimately they weighed all of that. It really restores a lot of my my faith in everything. I wanted to ask about Victoria George. She was a non-deliberating juror in the first trial, and then came on and joined the team. So, are you guys able to comment on that? Which is, this trial piles up unprecedented things. I don't know that that's ever happened before.
Yeah, I don't think it has either. I mean, we really can't talk about strategy, behind the scenes and conversations that included our client and and the attorneys. But I can say, generally speaking, that Victoria was an asset to us during the course of this trial. She was, she's got very young children. She was pregnant during the first trial with twins. So, I mean, she made a tremendous sacrifice to make herself available to us, particularly at the start of the trial when she was in court with us when we were picking a jury, and she was a full team member. We couldn't ask her to, be there for the entire trial. I mean, I'm amazed that she was able to take, the time that she did during jury selection. But I will say that, she was active. She was, motivated. She's smart. I think that's as far as I will go without getting behind the scenes.
The conventional wisdom is to keep lawyers off of the jury, and it sounds like there's been a lawyer on each panel. So that's probably getting too much into strategy about why you wouldn't bounce the lawyer. But I thought that was a very interesting aspect. Lawyers usually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You please finish. I thought you'd finish.
I was saying the conventional wisdom is bounce lawyers just with prejudice every time you see them.
Lawyers have different styles, and I respect them with jury selection. Mine is pretty simple. Get the smartest, fairest, most honest people you can. Put your trust in them. Put on a case. Provide them with as much truthful and accurate and probative evidence as you can, and let them perform their role. So to me, whether it's a lawyer, a doctor, whomever it is, just get those types of people on, and usually justice will be served.
That I think that's commendable, because that indicates that you have confidence in your case. If you're like, I need smart people who can sort of pick through this, that to me is sort of a strong moment there. What were your days like when you're not, in court? Of course, you're in court, but in the evening, what were you guys, what did you guys get up to? What sort of, what was sort of the average day like there?
You speak to that, Bob.
Well, we're up very early in the morning. I was up at like 4:50 in the morning, 5 o'clock the latest. I have a routine in the morning, did my routine. We'd meet downstairs in the hotel lobby around 8 in the morning. I bring my one of my most prized possessions, which is my Yannetti cooler. Food in. I rented condo space in the cooler to the namesake, David Yannetti. He'd bring his food. He'd put it in there in the cooler. We had a little routine.
Were there any ham sandwiches?
But no, I'm familiar with the reference to the ham sandwich. I'd like to believe that I had a little bit of an influence on David's food selection. David is, I think, I call him the Adonis. He's very fit, and we would eat healthy because we had the Yannetti. We would go to court, put in everything we had, go to lunch to his denim office, hurry back, be done with our day, come back, we'd eat, and then we'd go right back to preparing for the next day. We did do something that was a bit of a luxury. David and I joined the Equinox Health Club. So what we tried to do was, as much as we could, sleep be damned, as we'd go to the Equinox and we'd do our cardio, we'd do lifting weights, and it was a great release, feel like you were doing something positive. I do it as much for behavioral health as I do it for physical health, but we were gym rats a bit, and every once in a while we'd go out to dinner and just try to be normal people and laugh. I got to tell you, this team had a tremendous sense of humor. Just
it's so true.
The people who did impressions of people who had, it was just fabulous. And I got to tell you, I can remember one time distinctly that I I laughed so hard I thought my stomach muscles had seized, and I had to literally run away from the table because the person who was doing some imitation had me laughing so hard. I literally had to leave the table. There were it was a great culture among the team. We knew what we were doing. We're serious, but we also enjoyed our company and did some normal things.
Yeah, we really did enjoy being together. I mean, even more so than the last trial, we were all under a tremendous amount of stress. But I thought we worked very well together. I had told you, we were open to others' suggestions, and we all were rowing in the same direction all the time. And those times when we could get away from the work temporarily, enjoy a meal together or get a cup of coffee or whatever, everybody had a great sense of humor. Nobody took themselves too seriously. And yeah, we genuinely enjoyed being together, which, thank God we were together for, 3 months in a hotel away from our families, right?
Karen dubbed it the adult dorm.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys couldn't get along, the tensions would have started to show up at some point in this trial. And I never saw any indication that you guys were anything other than just working entirely as a team. Have you guys formed is a bond? Are you guys going to all stay in touch, or have you
Can I answer this? Because I thought of something appropriate to mention here. I had one of my best friends was starting a new job at a firm in his late 30s, and I checked in with him and I said, hey, have you met anybody there that is a good guy or made a connection? And he said, Dave, he said, you got to understand something. You have gone through a tremendous screening process. I've met people in elementary school and high school and college and after college. I've met thousands of people, and you've made it through that screening process, and you're my good friend. What are the chances that Bob sitting next to me at my next job is going to make it through that same screening process? The chances are so small. I'm not even interested. Right? So he was like, I've got my friends, right? I, at age 62, have proven that theory wrong because I've met one of my best friends who will remain my best friend. I consider him like a brother, and he's on this screen with me right now. And I feel so fortunate that, this experience and one other case that we did together has brought us together. So your question, will we stay in touch? There's not a doubt that we will stay in touch. He's one of my best friends now. And by the way, that's taking nothing away from Alan Jackson and Liza Little and Karen Reed. I love them all like brothers and sisters, but Bob and I have a special connection.
Yeah, I agree completely with David, and not to try to do a one-up, but I'm 5 years older than David. So finding one of my best friends at 67 years old is also something I didn't think would happen, but it's happened, and it's just another joyous outcome of this trial. So absolutely, we've already started to think about the subject matter, God willing, if we're 82 on a rocking chair someplace, hopefully we'll remember some things of this trial and just sort of hopefully, it was sort of like throwing back of high moments, and hopefully we remember this thing when we're sitting in that rocking chair someplace with a smile on our face, as David says, enjoying the cool of the evening.
Can I just note that for 62 and 67, the two of you do not look your ages. I am kind of in awe of that. So, and the chat is going, there is no way.
Well, and by the way, the chat has not seen Bob in a tank top at the gym either. So that would reinforce that.
I regret to inform you that the picture of Bob working out or flexing has been a popular one for
Oh,
people
okay. All
on
right. Oh,
on stream
fair enough.
thumbnails. I was
Fair enough.
At first I thought it must be a Photoshop because I was like, there is no way, and then nope, that's a whole thing.
Well, listen,
Now
David's been gracious to not post his, because if he does, then I am not going to be able to survive the comparison. Someday,
Oh, come on.
hopefully, the world sees what I see.
it's and Bob, you'd mentioned some of your hobbies, but David, what do you do to sort of relax and try to when you're not in the thick of lawyering, sort of to keep sane? Because
Yeah, so it's kind of a difficult question to answer for me right now because I haven't done anything like that in months, and I'm like, what do I do with my time right now? So I have two sons who are 19 and 23 who have gotten into golf, and I am the world's worst golfer, but it's a real good way to you know kind of capture their attention for 4 hours. So I take my sorry ass onto the course and spray balls into the woods and don't worry about looking for them and just drop on the fairway and keep going. And I have a 12-year-old daughter who I haven't seen in so long, and I'm going to learn, I think, shortly whether she still wants to hang with her dad or is it all about her friends at this point. So yeah, I'm trying to see my family and spend some quality time at home.
I wanted to add just to that, our families have made the biggest sacrifice here. And I've got a tremendous, lovely wife, Ellen Alessi, who was a year behind me in law school, had a successful law career, gave it up to raise our two beautiful, wonderful adult daughters, now Laura and Grace. And as my oldest often says, she's the backbone of the family. She did everything. This is a very, very intelligent woman who, for this trial, literally made all my food, packaged it, took my shirts, ironed them, and was just totally into full support, as she has been through our whole marriage. And so, to me, sort of getting back and treating her with everything she deserves and taking time to focus on her is going to be a joy, and that will be my new hobby that I take on. And I've met another joyous aspect of this. David's just absolutely lovely wife, Robin, and we've talked about all the things that we need to do and catch up with our spouses, but the sacrifice spouses make in this legal profession, if you're going to do it at a certain level, is just not only intense, but it's long standing. And I can speak for myself. My wife, Ellen, has just been absolutely there every year, every day, so that we can take on these and not have the stress of, gee, is my spouse going to be mad, but totally into it. So I just wanted to make sure that is known with regard to what my new hobby is going to be, is to really pay attention to that and make sure there's the reciprocity that is due.
yeah, I was going to ask about the sacrifices families make, because that is a huge I mean, even just in terms of temperament. I've had moments where you're in like a week-long trial and you come home and your wife is glad to see you, and you're like, I have used every bit of my energy on this trial and I have to get ready for tomorrow, and I'm really sorry. And finding somebody who understands that and is able to deal with it, but they carry a lot of weight. So I'm really glad to see you guys recognizing that and appreciating that, because I think that's important. This was a question somebody asked that did Dr. Russell ever get to talk to Dr. Laposada after everything was done? Because she'd sort of expressed disappointment about not getting to read the report. So people were like, did that ever happen?
Let me tell you that I cannot say enough about Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposado. What incredibly brilliant, established, esteemed doctors. My Lord. I don't know the answer to the question. I do know that there was incredible mutual admiration. And as you know, you don't want experts, I don't anyway, talking to each other, not just because of sequestration order, but just for purity of opinion. But the short answer is I don't know if they've had the opportunity to speak afterward. I just remain in awe of both of them, not only for their brilliance, their intelligence, their careers, but how they comported themselves on the stand with regard to a manner of examination that I wish would not have happened.
Can I mention something personal about Dr. Russell? I'm taking some liberties with regard to my brother-in-law, whom I love. But during this trial, he was bitten by a dog on the hand, badly, and
sorry.
I happened to mention it to Dr. Russell after she testified, and she took such an interest in. I want to see the photos. Can I, give you some advice on how to handle this? And, because my sister had asked me, can you, he was bit and it looked terrible. I saw the photos and they think there might be a little piece of the tooth still in the hand. Does he need surgery? And so I was like, well, I've got like the leading doctor in the world right here. Maybe I can catch her before she leaves. And she gave him advice, and it all worked out great. But more than that, just to tell you what type of person she is, she followed up 3 or 4 times on her own without being asked, asking how the patient was and checking in with them. And I was just blown away. She is like the salt of the earth. She's obviously brilliant. And as Bob says, a tremendous witness, but it may be one of the most caring people, and her story is so remarkable in terms of her background. We actually have mutual friends because she used to be a Malden police officer. One of my good friends was the chief of police in Malden and knew her when she was a beat cop. She is a remarkable woman, and that's just sort of an addition to what she did during the trial. I thought our experts in this case were head and shoulders above any experts in any case I've ever seen and ever been involved in. Dr. Laposado was unbelievable. Dr. Russell, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Wolf, everybody that we called, we were so fortunate.
First of all, you're trying to get through Dr. Russell's resume, and you needed more days just to get through that. I would love to read, like, if she ever writes a book about her life, I would love to read that. And I share your I guess consternation at how she was treated in especially in the voir dire. I and a lot of other people found that to be hard to watch. And even in the follow-up, he asked a question, do you have memory issues? And you could see her like audibly gasp. I felt bad, but she held her own. She didn't get angry. She didn't get I was incredibly impressed. And whenever I sort of think about, the best of the best witnesses of the trial, the best people, like the people, I also think of people like Lucky Loughran.
Salt of the earth.
I let me tell you, David Yannetti worked with him And I believe the whole world saw a person who spoke the truth, who was courageous, but to have a witness who's not a witness. This is this person who, you know, worked for the public works department. His life is not being a witness. And David Yannetti, with his endless compassion and charm, made Lucky comfortable so he could sit on the stand and not only tell the truth, but withstand attacks against him about telling the truth. That's the type of lawyering that the public never sees, but I saw, and it was just absolutely tremendous so that he could be comfortable enough to tell the truth. And Ian, as you know, being the lawyer that you are, witness preparation, and preparation in the good sense, just you're going to be okay, and you know this may come
Yep.
up, and just so that they can sit there and tell the truth. David Yannetti is a master at that and making people feel valued and comfortable. And I think the manifestation of that came through. I think that was one of the most important witnesses of the whole trial.
I think that he was a witness that Brennan did very poorly against, because he came off as a witness who really didn't have a dog in the fight. I got the sense that if he had something to say that would have hurt your side, he would have just said it, because he didn't, he just didn't seem to have any stake in it other than, I have a responsibility to come in and tell the truth, and I'm going to do it. And I wish there was a way to like help Lucky, but from what I understand, what Lucky wants most in the universe at this point is for everybody to leave him alone and just to go be Lucky. And I mean, of all the modest,
if there's a hero of the trial, that's a guy that I look up to. I don't get the sense that he's gotten a lot of praise for the good things that he does, the everyday things that he does. His wife was very sick, and he was a devoted husband, taking care of her. I mean, this is a man that you can count on. And I've been in touch with him since the trial, and I consider him to be a friend now, and somebody that I'm privileged to have known. I mean, Lucky Laughlin is the salt of the earth.
I get the sense that, like, if I was in Canton and like had driven my truck off the road and needed somebody to like help pull it out, and I called Lucky out of the blue, just as somebody he'd never heard of, and just was like, I need help, I get the sense that he'd be there as a, and he just wouldn't have any, questions. He'd just be like, let me get out there. And he'd also be the guy, I get the sense that if you were sitting there going, hey, can I give you, some cash to help for helping me out? He would have said no.
No, not a chance. No, that's spot on, Ian, spot on.
I understand he sort of wants to be left alone, but I really hope he understands that he's sort of loved by the world, I guess, is the feeling on that one. What can people do at this point to help Karen? Because she's, she's won, but it's always the thing I always have to explain to clients, and I'm sure you've gone through, and I don't want to, know about what you've gone through, but, you win a trial and you walk away with basically nothing. And, the system can trample you, and then you say, what are you going to do to make me right? And they say, I would be surprised if they even put the entertainment console back into her Lexus before they, so.
No, it's so true.
What can
consider that she had a rich and full life as of January 28th. I mean, she was an accomplished professional with a full-time job in finance and assistant professor position, and she lost everything. So you see us celebrating after the verdict, and certainly that was justified and heartfelt. But I think once the dust settles, I think she'll have to decide what the next step is. And I think her legal issues are not yet over. There's still a civil lawsuit pending against her. I don't know what will happen to that in light of this verdict. I think that by all rights should be dropped. But I don't practice in that area of law, and I don't know where that's going. So I imagine the legal defense fund is still active. She's still going to need experts for expert witnesses for that case. The public has been incredibly generous. So I think that's all I'll say.
And I hope that continues, quite honestly, because that's been a whole thing. Have you guys been following Turtle Boy as well? Because that's kind of a corollary to this. Do you have any thoughts on Turtle Boy's prosecution? I know you're not counsel there, but any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that enough's enough. They went after Karen Reed with everything they possibly could, and he's collateral damage to that. He was aggressive. There's no doubt in the manner in which he asked questions. But it's funny. Somebody posted a video of 60 Minutes going to somebody's door and sticking a microphone in somebody's face and making accusations, and that's like old time journalism. I do not believe that the state's going to get convictions against him either. And the case that he was involved in has now been shown to have been really a false case. At most, this turned out to be a first offense drunk driving conviction. So I hope they come to their senses and stop this prosecution. I'm certainly rooting for him.
And we are we're over the time that I sort of asked you guys for. I really appreciate you guys are of course welcome to stay, but I am well over, and I know at least Bob, I'm holding you back from family and so forth. So aside from celebrating that Karen Reed is free, any sort of final words here for people? Anything I missed out on, and or so.
David?
I just want to reiterate how much we sincerely appreciate all of the support that we got. I don't know that we would be here without everybody out there who has fought with us, fought for us, buoyed us. You all are heroes in my view.
Yeah, very similar to David's comment. I have always been impressed with humanity. I am particularly impressed with the community that got interested in this case, got involved, didn't sit on the sidelines, and participated in the now very large community. And my hope is that those people who are in whatever system and it's not treating them fairly and justly, I'm hopeful that they have a community very similar to the community that Karen had, because in certain instances, it's not enough to have friends and it's not enough to have family. You really do need the larger community. And I am going to be eternally grateful, because as hard as we worked as attorneys, as many opportunities we've had to try to effectuate our skills, this result would not have happened without this very large community. It just wouldn't have happened.
Thank you guys so much for both appearing and for everything you've done. You guys are the people who stepped up, and you've achieved something historic. I really do think that when they are teaching, famous trials, significant trials, this is one that deserves to be taught. I'm certainly trying to push the local law school to let me teach a course on advocacy through famous trials. And I can say that there are numerous moments where I would want to highlight the excellent work you guys did and just say, like, look, this is how you cross-examine an expert. This is how you cross-examine a difficult witness. This is how, all of these things. I don't know that we'll ever see a trial like this. I feel like it's all downhill for legal coverage from now. So thank you guys so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And I'd love to stay in touch. I know you guys are super busy, but I will probably harass you via email. So assuming you're willing to put up with it, you. So thank you guys. Yeah. And I will let you go. I've got a stack of super chats. I understand you guys. I mean, I'm not going to chase you off, but I understand people have got to go. So cheers. Thank you so much.
It was great to meet you, Ian, and really thanks for having us.
Yes.
I can speak for Bob. We loved it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye, David.
See you.
We both reached for the remove from stage at the same moment there. All right, so we have a whole backlog of super chats, and as usual, I'm going to get through every one of them. And I can say we are about 500 deep, so we will get through every single one of them. That might be me going until the ungodly hours of the morning, or it might be, if people are, we might go to tomorrow. We're going to continue. I'm also just going to let you guys know I have like residual adrenaline slash, I was trying not to be too much of a fanboy. I don't know if I succeeded. Because it is somewhat difficult to interrupt or to interview people that you have such tremendous regard for, because it's just you just kind of are just like, it's amazing that I am, there with with these people. So all right, let's sort of jump through, and we're going to start in at the top. Absolute Natalie, thank you so much for joining. Lois Cox, thank you as well for joining. Ordinary You, I'm going to not roll the bumpers today. I know that I usually do. We're not going to do that because we are 589 deep. Ordinary You, glad y'all freed Karen Reed. So much corruption. Can you help us do something about the corruption of law enforcement regarding Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Ahmaud Arbery, Philandro Castile, and others? The list is long. We need warriors for justice. The problem is that when you pick up a sword like this, and I'm talking about a metaphorical sword, and you go to battle on this kind of thing, you run into the issue of, just exhausting your resources. And, one person can't carry everything. But what I really hope to see is that other lawyers, and I hope that they teach people in law school, like this is an example, that it's important that we step up, and that it's important that we, do these things. So not every, we can't sort of have a few people solving all problems, but so we need people who are willing to fight. Alicia Fowler, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Lucy Snakes Will Hiss. Welcome aboard. I know you've been here, or you've seen the some of the Rust coverage with that username. Kim Bruno, welcome aboard. Stephanie Sweedler, Whitney K. Let's see. We've got enough of a backlog and enough people in the chat that it's actually slowing down my interface. M&M65, thank you so much. Canton Ice Cream Truck, thank you so much. And I see, oh, is that a dog with an Arca hat? That is pretty cool. That is pretty awesome. JD, welcome aboard. Linda says, DA Alessi and DA Yannetti, you two are freedom fighters. Masterclass, well done. Excited to listen. I don't think either of them is a DA. They're just badasses. Jeff 744, congratulations on 300K subs. Looking forward to the interview. They could not have chosen a better host. I kind of am like, I don't know that I'm worthy, but I am starstruck. So we will have a celebration for ticking over 300,000. I don't know when that'll be, because I, at the very least, am going to need to breathe. Maisie, chat, of course, these two are our friends. Mods, chat, no more. Of course, chat, of course, your honors. Lady Gnome of the Woods, excellent username. Slightly creepy picture, but thank you. Lisa Crawford, thank you so much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Laura Christine, thank you so much for the super sticker and a very generous donation. Thank you. Maisie, fellow Runkle Rats, I ask you, what could be more prestigious? What could be more intriguing? And what could be more important for content? What could be more prestigious? What could be more intriguing? I love that delivery. I should have. I should have. I'm now thinking of things I should have asked about. Is that because that what sort of lands like a whip crack, and I am going to steal that if I can properly duplicate it. I don't know that I can. I'm going to practice it in a mirror. Elise, congratulations, Runkle. Thank you so much. Over Newbin, welcome aboard. Thank you. Debbie Lynn F, congratulations on 300,000. I will celebrate that when I can. Mimi D, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. I also can't celebrate with Mrs. Runkle because she's away right now. Rainman, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Again, not rolling bumpers today because we are behind. Michelle, thank you so much. Laura Christine, thank you. Beyond the Crime plus Stephanie, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Hissy Fits, good luck tonight, Ian. We love you and you're awesome. Well, thank you. Mary Matilda May, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Red Pen, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Jen, thank you for the new membership. My interface is going very slowly. It's struggling with the number of starred chats. Debbie Lynn F, thank you so much. Luna Dewdrops, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Hissy Fits, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Patty Sasser, thank you. Billy's Momzilla, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Palmyra Media, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Emily or Alessi, your vocab words were legend. Most memorable part of the trial besides the acquittal. Yannetti, you made everyone cry at the acquittal. Best and worst part of the last 3 years. I think we covered a fair bit of that. Fiona W, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Susan C, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Remy, thank you for the new membership. Luna Dewdrops, thank you for 5 gifted memberships as well. Vomit Fountain, sending my support early. I passed my lab proficiency test with flying colors, and I get to celebrate with Runkle interviewing Alessi and Yannetti. This is a good day. Thank you. Was it Nan's CCC 70? Thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Tristan Morris, welcome aboard. Let's see. I got a thing on the back end. Nan CCC says, I'm so stoked for this. So me too. Jasha, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Beth C says, for your pro bono goals, so happy you were chosen to host this interview. For the people who don't know, my goal is to have the channel support me doing lawyering and then to do more free work. That's my goal. So Cindy Lou, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. New York Mom, thank you so much. Was it Kittiara Lil? I think I'm not mangling that too bad, I hope. Thank you so much. Emotional Lemonade. And that, yep, I see I see that profile picture there. Welcome aboard. I'm just checking to make sure I'm getting messages for so, yep. Vomit Fountain, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Gen X Shenanigans, Alessi, you're my hero. He's all of our heroes. So, yeah. Peyton Waysmiller, we heart Alessi. We definitely do. Excuse me, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Brentwood Chic, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. M, thank you. Welcome aboard. Laura W, thank you so much. Christine Galhardo, thank you so much. It's much appreciated. Zesalex, thank you so much. I hope I'm getting that. Sammy Spills the Tea, welcome aboard. Darla Shannon, with 2 N's, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Allie B from Tennessee, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. High Camp Jen, thank you for the new membership. MF, thank you. Welcome aboard. Lovely Flight, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. And what is it? Joe Neerman Collection Company, Runkle. Thank you so much. Deja Vu, thank you. Michelle Mead, thank you so much for the new membership. DSN, thank you. Wow, it says thanks. Pinky Promises, thank you for the new membership. Alessi, who would win an arm wrestling match? You or the Glare? I'm giving the win to Alessi. Just I am. Joni Kiddo, thank you so much. Dr. Vez from Quebec, congratulations on passing 300,000. Well deserved. That was my goal for this year. So now I'm out of goals. I will pick new goals. Jennifer D, David and Bob, thank you for all you've done for Karen and the citizens of Massachusetts. They, I mean, if nothing, they got Trooper Proctor off the streets. Like, that is tremendous. They saved Karen Reed's life. Yeah, Unredacted, thank you for the membership. The Other Jules, thank you so much. DSN, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Lao Shi, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Jennifer Hill, thank you, Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti, for fighting so hard to prevent Karen Reed's wrongful conviction. Thank you, Runkle, for still liking some Americans. Free Jamie Snow. I like Americans. Gen X Girl Lawyer, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. And yes, Leandra, thank you. Laura Liani, still so well deserved. Runkle is the best choice. Thank you. Gen X Shenanigans, welcome aboard. That's a great name. Billy's Momzilla. Why didn't anyone mention test socks if they had dog hair? Well, it's a question. Fair. Mandy, thank you so much. Lao Shi, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Your Mama, Edmonton representing. So many Canadians watching. Thank you. Melissa Kyer, welcome aboard. Alexandra Amato, thank you. Rando, Iowa Girl. I don't know if it's, Rhonda. Rhonda, Iowa Girl. My bad. I'm only in the caffeine, folks. Mindy FS, thank you so much. Meg P, thank you. Misunderstood, thank you so much. And Oh Sweetie No, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Little Miss Giggles, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Michelle Johans 1, congratulations on 300,000. Pamela, thank you so much. That's very generous. Peggy, thank you as well. Julie Berry, Jessica Nichols. We're going to try to speed through a little bit. I'm going to recognize everybody, though. Jessica, Cassandra Derrig, thank you. I'm going to give this my best chance. Mila Amankiro, I'm probably mangling that. I'm guessing that's Finnish. I've never been to Finland, but I would love to. But Positive Vibes, thank you so much for the membership there. Emily Ahrens, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Sammy Spills the Tea. Look at you, Runkle. A few days ago, you doubted you'd land a juror interview, and now you have Nurse Kim's bowl of spaghetti and the bowl of Alessi, or the Bob Alessi, the destroyer of experts. You're not wrong. Brentwood Chic, happy to help mod if you need another one for this. I think people have been well behaved. Lazy L. Bob, Andrea Burkhart wants to go sparring with you and your daughter. If that happens, video, please. I would watch that. Tracy Sullivan, thank you all for doing this interview. I really appreciate it. Caitlin Green, thank you so much. 1L Hybrid Danielle Marie, 1L UNH Law Dad went to VVS. We are big fans of you 3. Thank you so much. And law is a sort of sacred profession. It's I hope you do well at it, and I hope you take it very seriously, and good for you. Brian Dedian, thank you. KZ says Karen is free, 100%. Sarah says, as a proud Italian, it does not surprise me that these two magical paisans fought hard when everything was stacked against them. Few extra points for Mr. A because he's from upstate. God bless you both. They are a treasure to the world. Jen Pierce, thank you. Nellie Marie, thank you. Chris Stanbury, thank you so much for the membership. Much appreciated. Grim Faded, this is a welcome distraction from studying for the bar exam. If I only became half as good an attorney as these two, I'd be happy and still a better prosecutor than Hank Brennan. As much as they were very complimentary, I don't think I'm half the lawyer they are. So Nancy G, thank you so much for the membership there. Laura Riker, Milestone chat for a milestone show. I'm in awe. I'm still I'm like breathing. Corey Boatwright, thank you so much for 50 gifted memberships. Really, really generous, really appreciated. Lori Swella, thank you so much. Iron M Town, thank you. ACSW, Alessi is a bona fide law nerd and future pharmacist. Just got early acceptance to farm school myself. I salute you, Nerd King. I feel like he is won the won that particular thing. And what is it? My other chat view has stalled, so that is unsurprising. Bird, love Yannetti and Alessi, phenomenal lawyering. It was just something to watch. Sean Stewart, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Lori DI1, thank you for the super sticker there. Much appreciated. Bernie H, no question, just a huge thank you for this. We need it. God bless. God bless. Emmy, congrats, Runkle. Thank you. Mispronounced name. How many consecutive critical successes did you have to roll to pull this off? Whatever the number, congrats, and it is well deserved. P.S. Rob time. I just, things sort of came together. It was surprising to me. So I owe a tremendous debt to Laura Alessi. Laura Alessi, I have tremendous regard for, and you have probably seen it on Twitter, the clip there where she was talking about it, and yes. Susie from San Francisco, I'm so excited. Thank you. Charlotte H, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Also, Potter and Zora deserve a thank you because they are being quiet. And Winnie Bago, congrats on the interview. No better group than Runkle, Yannetti, and Alessi. Absolutely. Bogwitch, thank you to Yannetti and Alessi for doing this. Thank you. Chicken Shite, super Alessi chat. Thank you. Avrila's Hobby channel, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. And Margaret Williams, thank you for the super sticker. Laura Leanne, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Tommy Martin says, I'll allow it. Thank you. Emily Arons, congratulations on 300,000 subs and on the big interview. Both well deserved. Thank you. Haley, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Emily Ippolito for giving us this. That's it. That is all. Thank you so much. Yes, Rob, I see that. The Goodmans, thank you for the gifted membership. Hope, it's a strange phenomenon how you can become so invested in people you've never met, yet empathize so deeply with them. Thank you all. Thank you for all you've done, all three of you. I agree with this 100% because I was moved substantially when I saw the, the team there breaking down and, celebrating and so forth. I was moved, and I know a lot of other people are. Carol Fab, ARS. I don't know what currency ARS is, but there's 5,000 of them. Thank you so much. Yes, it's and yes, thank you. Michelle Marie, so excited for this. Thank you so much. Bird, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Melissa K, class is in session. Alessi is here. We all know when he stands up, we're going to learn today. Even the judge will be getting a lesson. I am going to be learning from some of these, from this trial. I'm going to go back and watch some of it. So, recovery addict, cashed in my kid's college fund. No, I told you not to do that. Jeremy Morton, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Miss Shorty, big Alessi energy, big Yannetti energy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me tell me if this is generating too much noise. If you guys can hear it, I'll turn it off again, but I'm turning on the air conditioner. Kristen Mackey, well done, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, I guess, on their behalf. Candace Briley, I watched the every day of this trial, Texas, and kept Karen Reed and team in my prayers. So thankful for her team who inspired the nation. We all commend your efforts, and thank you for doing the treacherous work. They really did. They really did an amazing, amazing job on this one. Just making sure I'm not missing something critical there. Cartoon Foxes says, thanks for arranging this interview. Thank you. Ha says, new welcome aboard. Caitlin W, same thing. Michelle, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Liquid Sunshine, I am so excited for this. It was incredible to watch such skillful lawyering. Amazing job standing up for justice. When I say they're heroes, I mean it. And they are way, way humble. And yes, Shannon L, thank you, Dream Team. Thank you so much. Trial TV Live, congratulations, Ian, on an amazing stream. We love you. Thank you so much. Cheryl Reed, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Jen O, Yannetti and Alessi. So thank you. Welcome aboard. Or thank you also for the anniversary there. Kelly, Chloe, bits so we acquit. The best legal team ever. It's not even a close call. As a woman that believes in constitutional rights, all I can say is thank you. I'm so glad you chose Runkle's channel to be first on, and your reason for doing so. They, me too, and I think that what they did is amazing in terms of the trial. So Kylie, thank you so much. Me Nunya, it was a beautiful moment. Yes, thank you. NMS, is this real life or is this just fantasy? Yeah, we're not going to sing. I will get caught up in that. Brentwood Sheik, thank you to the entire team for fighting the good fight. Absolutely. Boy MA2X supported Karen and the whole team from Las Vegas. This local thanks you. Even my husband became free Karen Reed right away. I saw some people in the chat saying, hey, you've got to mention how you got started on this. I did actually mention it at the beginning. So I mentioned it before we were on screen. So yes, popping by to say congrats, Runkle. Thanks for getting us through this trial. See you on Replay Crew. Loch Nessie, best legal team. Thank you for fighting the good fight. They, I don't think we'll ever see a team like this. Not in my lifetime. I don't. I just don't. So, yeah. Alessi, how and why did you go from pharmacist to lawyer? Ooh, that would have been a good question. I'm sorry I missed it. I'm dying to know your career journey. Maybe we'll have to find that out next time. Tracy Villegas, thanks you for making this happen. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Angel Australia, thank you for the new membership. Welcome aboard. I am getting a ton of people trying to text me, and some of them are like saying congratulations, and some of them are saying or have like questions, and I'm like, So Angel Australia, thank you. Welcome aboard. Luke B, the amount of resources and effort that was required to enable obvious justice, while admirable, is also a little terrifying. Just as a thought, they could have, they could have built a lot with this, right? Like, how many cancer treatments is this? It's not an entire school, but it's, a portion of one. They could have expanded a school for this. They could have, all of this. So all of these things have costs. Lauren Wilson, the dream team. Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, love you guys. I also don't think you should forget the interns, Eliza Little, all of that. Kibble Dog 007, thank you so much. Laura Liani, Runkle's goal is full-time pro bono lawyer. That is the goal, although it would be splitting with YouTube. So I'd be doing YouTube and law. Jelena M, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Emily, Alessi was ready to insta-object to any tomfoolery, 100%. And I also want to give a thank you to Rob, who's currently in the back end going, can I help? Can I help? And I'm going, I think I've got it, Rob, but I really appreciate that he's there Casey Cat, David in tears broke my heart in two. Two heroes, 100%. Shelley, question: the Commonwealth and MPD got. How does it feel? Or got. How does it feel to be the team that did that and beat them? Cheers to the dream team. 100%. Bookish, the sheer intelligence across the defense was staggeringly impressive. Loved Mr. Yannetti's emotions. It was beautiful and moving. I stand by that is not something to be embarrassed of. That is a moment to be proud of. That is an amazing one. So root beer float, ask it another way, Mr. Runkle. Vanity, how did it feel hearing the crowd roar from inside? We did hear that one. That yeah. And I'm going to tell you, I will never hear a crowd roaring from outside the courtroom when I win a case, right? Law Nerd Amber, thank you, sirs. We the people, thank you. Thank you. Honk Banana No, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Kelly Chloe Bit, so we acquit. Yannetti crying had me ugly crying for a solid hour. I think we all felt that emotion. It was raw. It was true. That's the thing. It was true emotion. Hello, Nurse Mara. Thank you so much. Allison Becca, please ask about the x-rays. We did. Why not in the first trial, and why not ask Walcher? They did cover that. So, yes, they, they got all that set up. They had reasons for working around it. Francis Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Carolyn Powers, so much love to you guys, Yannetti and Alessi. The whole team was absolutely amazing. Also, Alessi, you are a pure stud. Down. He's married. Amy's Positive Pathways, thank you for the gifted membership. BL, same thing. Sandy, much respect to you, Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti. Yes. By the way, they almost certainly had these scrolling up and could see them as they were going. So, yes. Lou Ann Kent, thank you so much. Jen, the new dream team. I am of the opinion, and people are free to argue with me, and they will be wrong, but they're free to take this position. I am of the opinion that this is a better team than O.J. Simpson had. O.J. Simpson had a lot of expensive lawyers. Karen Reed had a team of caring, compassionate, and incredibly skilled lawyers. If you ask me right now to pick which one, which team I want, I 100%, just hands down, right? Mafalda, hi from Australia. I'm going to miss watching you, but you've restored my faith in justice. Love you guys. They've restored my faith too, I guess. So, yep. All right. So, Innocent and Defiant, thank you for the new membership. Bernie H, towards your goal of going pro bono for all who need you. You're a thoroughly decent man, as are your excellent guests. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. No, I know Eliza's not an intern. I said Eliza Little and the interns, not Eliza Little, the intern. Eliza Little and the interns. Unless I misspoke, but that's what I meant to say. I saw somebody in chat saying, so Thomas Futch, Bob and David, along with Alan and Elizabeth, are the ultimate dream team. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Kat Not Williams, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Joy W, I don't know how the team kept their composure in the face of all the crap from the judge and the Commonwealth. It must have been tough. Loch Nessie, thank you so much for the YouTube or the new membership. Casey Cat, Mr. Alessi, we had an Alessi vocabulary word of the day on Emily D. Baker's channel. You made us all smarter. Thank you for both caring so much and getting it over the finish line. Yes. Barbara Brady, thank you so much for the membership. Innocent and Defiant, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Emily Ippolito, thank you. Kim, thank you for doing the right thing. Justice is done. Absolutely. Candace, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Jason Sorensen, Jackson Alessi, Yannetti, the little law firm in the works. You guys are heroes. They're all across the country. So, yes. Hollis MJP, Karen should buy Welcher's test Lexus. Also, Trisha Lynn, I'm going to pin this now. Nope, that's replace pin message. There we go. I'm also fundraising for Extra Life. So if you'd rather give to Extra Life, That's now in the pinned comments. Karen should buy Welcher's test Lexus, but it's got Welcher all over it. So, Erica M., I wish I could ask them if those video clips were intentionally seeded with admissions to the drinking in order to help avoid a potential mistrial. If so, that would have been a strategy choice that they wouldn't have been able to get into. Pamela Wissenbach, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Reality check. Is Attorney Alessi going to represent Karen in the civil case? I don't think that they know what's going on there yet. So, clerk's verdict, not guilty. Hero. Credit belongs to those in the arena valiantly. Yes, or lawyering valiantly. Was it B Crumbs? Thank you for 20 gifted memberships. I'm going to pull one up that just came up. So I'm going to pull one up that's out of sequence here. Julie Sunshine says, is that a Stollery bear in the background? My grandson had a heart transplant there years ago. Wonderful health teams there. I'm new to your channel just through this brilliant interview. Yes, this is a, let me see if I can reach it without dying. That would be a moment there. There we go. This is a Stollery bear for the Stollery Children's Hospital. They gave me the bear and thank you for fundraising. We have 3 gold medals for the fundraising efforts on this. We have collectively as a channel raised over $250,000 for the Stollery Children's Hospital. And we're going to do it again in November, but there is a pinned link if you want to donate. So, yes, but that is a Stollery bear, and that is something that is important to me. Vera, I just want to say, Mr. Alessi, you are jacked. He kind of is. I followed this case and watched both trials. I knew Karen Read was innocent. What's the biggest impact you believe this case will have moving forward? As I noted, I wouldn't be able to read these on stream while they were there, but I mean, I think they sort of covered this with the impact being that potentially when people go and they look at, when they look at these things, they say, do we really want to pick on this person? Or are they going to be a porcupine? Is this going to be something that blows up in our face? Lily B, Alessi, high five. You're a rock star from upstate New York. Awesome. Jessica Nichols, thanks for being amazing humans ×3. You've been leading by example of giving us all hope. Hello from Canada. I hope you have a few days of ass-kicking happiness. Alessi, your daughter is a star. I feel like they have really badass, not just themselves, but families as well. So, Jewel in the Machine, Dream Stream. I feel like I'm going to wake up and be like, crap. So some guy with cancer, that's a username. I know Bob and David can't say this, but I will. Judge Dredd is less biased than Anti-Bev. We're not going to, that one I definitely was not going to read on streams or while they're here. So, and along, oh my God, everybody loves Yannetti and Scissor Hands Alessi. I may burst with happiness. Congrats, guys. I knew it was going to be not guilty all along. I was worried. I mean, there were points I was worried. Somebody says, do I have Cash App / Venmo? No, neither of those operate in Canada. Pickled Sweets, these are the modern day heroes we need. Thank you. Casey Cat, Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti, how wonderful was Ms. Liza? Everything always at her fingertips. We love her so much. They very much said, hey, we respect the heck out of her. She was, sort of an engine behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm glad that they are also giving her credit there. So yes. Welcome to the episode, season 2, Mom 28. We love you guys, Vocabulary Daddy and Yannetti. Yes. Alessi's fantabulous lexicon. Firstly, congratulations. Secondly, it appears to many of us that Brennan's shady shenanigans were deliberate, not mistakes or oversights. Will he suffer any consequences for his unethical behavior? I could probably answer that to say no, probably not. Hullis MJP, what are Karen's plans now? We're not. Karen can say what her plans are. And along, when Yannetti wiped his eyes, I cried. When I noticed Alessi go from samurai to gentle father figure in a split second, I fall apart in tears. He really is a samurai. That is such a good comparison. He really is a samurai. That's kind of his thing. Shaby, yes, I do. I can see the donations. I think you could make them public or not, but it does show me when somebody, it doesn't show me all the details, but it shows me like donations. So yes, I'm just pulling up my dashboard here. Let's see, my page. And we are at $910 so far. So, all right. Outside the box, David, what was your instinct on that first phone call? That we probably wouldn't be able to, wouldn't have been able to cover because, I mean, amongst other things, that becomes a thing. Shay B, I just noticed a $500 donation from you. Thank you so much. That was a $500 donation to the Extra Life. Shay B, you are tremendously generous, and thank you so much. Thank you. So, Bob, what compelled you to get involved? So happy for you all. I think that it was just the sense of justice, right? You saw that. That was I think, answered. Shaby, I did see it. Shaz, oh my God, I love these guys. Brilliant, passionate, the integrity and grit Karen needed and deserved. 100%. Welcome to the episode, season 2. Says, I cried with you, Mr. Yannetti. I think lots of people did. Clearly not me. I'm too stoic. I may have popped a bottle of not quite champagne, but yes. Tawny, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lady Losandra, Attorney Yannetti, why didn't we hear much from you? He did answer this. He noted that there were a bunch of witnesses that he was ready to go on that, for behind the scenes strategic reasons, they didn't end up calling. So sometimes you do the work and then you don't get to do the things. So, but the work is important. And sometimes you doing the work is what means you don't have to do the things. So Pixie Design, thank you so much. Sue Herman, thanks for helping save my belief in the integrity of our legal system. I think there's a lot of people who felt that, for sure. Lisa Bailey, I'm here because I have a crush on Alessi. I think there's a fair bit of that. Shaby, I get you're saying it didn't mean for a shout out. I still want to give you a shout out. That the shout out is for me. Sarah Gould, someone needs to make a Princess Bride meme about the X-rays. Oh, you mean these X-rays? If I knew how, I'd make it myself. Just something that needs to exist in the world. You're not wrong. Aylin, congratulations to the A-Team, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi, and Jackson, Jackson, Liza, yep, Liza, yep, Ms. Little. Thank you, we love you. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to get punchy. Holly Berry, congrats on getting this epic interview. By the way, in terms of my tiredness, I can tell you I was so excited last night that I would go to, I'd put my head down and all I can imagine is, being in this moment right now. And I was just like, okay, I also need some sleep. So I don't know if you can see, but I got some, bags under the eyes there. And yes, Iron, I've got your Patreon thing there. I will try to, if you're not on the Discord, I'm going to make sure you're on the Discord. So, yep. I saw somebody saying, did I get their email? Okay. All right. Congrats on getting this epic interview. Thank you. Brenda asks, do their firms employ data analysts to generate case-related analytics and to conduct data analysis? Thank you. I don't know. That's an interesting question, but I think it's a very specific question. Mr. Ducks, 15 minutes behind. Can you ask how this has impacted their own families? They must be so thrilled too. They did mention that. NW, Alessi, did you approach Yannetti? It's a good question. I should have asked. Vicky Bramletti, Ian, donation for Extra Life. If you want to donate to the Extra Life, you've got to hit the link in the thing. I see somebody saying drink water. All I've got is cola. Just Rhonda says, I hope all the law tubers invite Liza Little on their platform for interviews. She was quiet, amazing, always on point, and she deserves to be heard. Absolutely. 100%. So, I would love to talk to her. I suspect she's probably, going to do, I suspect she's probably going to do the interview circuit. I see some people saying get some sleep. We're going to keep going. MH, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Wendy W, please tell us about Officer Kelly Dever. She was a tire fire, right? Cheryl, thank you so much. Diane G, who needs sleep when you're a superhero? Alessi. You know what I kind of picture? Who's seen Fight Club? The Fight Club sequence where they're like, Tyler, have you heard Tyler Durden? And one of the things is, I heard he sleeps 2 hours a night. I'm like, holy, Alessi is Tyler Durden, but like for good. Diane G, yes. MH, just a tip for scoring the interview of the year. Thank you so much. And yes, Kat, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Michiganality, a few good men. And then sometimes all it takes is the right person in the right place at the right time. So escaped psychotic felon. Did you ever want to tell Jackson to let it go? Bev's getting pissed. Or does anyone else think Trooper Paul was better for the Commonwealth than Burgess and Welcher, or is it just me? He might have been. Recovery Addict, for sale, Lexus 570, right tail light, no cracks. Brittany Sampson, thank you for bringing us this incredible panel. 3 very smart individuals here to give us viewers a first-hand insight. Congrats to Karen, her family, Yannetti, Alessi, Alan Jackson, Ms. Little, and the interns. Thanks, Runkle. They really the greatest team. 202 TTN, Chuck Norris, not anymore. It's Bob Alessi. It kind of is. Kind of is. Outside the box. I see Karen as an advocate for wrongful conviction. What say you? Here's the thing. And this is just my feelings. Karen doesn't owe anybody anything. She's been through a lot. If she chooses to give back by being an advocate and so forth, fantastic. But she doesn't actually owe anybody anything. And also, I heard from the other room, the dogs are clearly getting up to something, but I can't. We're going ahead. Whatever the dogs are getting, they're getting. Chloe Albert's Revenge, Runkle's reply. How do you sleep at night when you have to worry about walking off the edge of an earth that you apparently think is flat? Diane G, the Cerebral Ninja, David Yannetti. I love what you do. You're a wonderful attorney. Central Massachusetts, proud of your success. I mean, if there's another lawyer in Massachusetts that's better than him, I don't know who it would be. I need to step away for 1 second because there's a dog that's getting up to something that it shouldn't. And I will be right back. I'm going to be like 1 second because I don't know what this is. Be right back.
He stepped away. He totally stepped away. And he turned on music too. Look at that. It's a stretch break. Stretch break indeed. You see, this is the problem when you trust your friends with all of your media assets. And you can turn on and off the sound.
I am so sorry about that. The dogs got into an entire plate of what do you call it? Or an entire frying pan full of bacon grease, and they were having a great time. They I could hear the pan getting moved around, but yeah. Although I just put the dogs outside, and I just also realized that I've got the Starlink outside as both a test and an emergency backup. And I just realized Zora loves cords, so we might be in some trouble if yeah. So yeah. Alex D, thank you for the super sticker there. Caitlin Bolio, thank you for the membership. Were you going through super chats while I was away?
No, I was not. I was going to share one thing that I was going to jump behind scenes.
Oh, fair enough. Let's hear it.
The one thing was in honor of tradition.
Uh-oh.
It was. No,
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Thank you, Rob.
I'll let you tell the story.
All right, I'll tell
you
the story.
Yep, I'll jump off. Bye.
Well, thank you so much. This is a shout out. Rob and I became friends as a result of the Depp trial. And after the Depp trial, or during the Depp trial, I hit 100,000. And when I sort of came home, it was actually Rob's house. I got back to Rob's house. Rob was out, but he put on the door, "Congratulations on 100,000." And yes, LB is saying, "Is that Law and Lumber?" That's Law and Lumber. So he's keeping up that tradition for 300,000 because he kept it up for 200,000, and he's like, I gotta do that. So Robin McCurry, thank you so much. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thesaurus of Alessi, JD, Rebel Duck, the Dream Team for the win. Karen was blessed to have you all on her side and fighting for justice. You deserve all the praise coming your way. They are amazing and super humble. And yes, Ruby Red, thank you for the YouTube membership. Troublemaker Baker, wait, Alessi is also a registered pharmacist? Yes, he's a Alessi is basically everything. It is, yes. Vincent McCormick, congratulations to Ms. Reed and her team of amazing lawyers, and to you, Mr. Runkle. It speaks to your reputation that they chose you first. I feel tremendously honored, and I am not sure it's deserved, but yes. Mashed Potato Goblin, Karen Freed, thanks for an amazing display of excellent lawyering. They were excellent, and they are excellent. Mad Sarah Stunt Double, thank you so much. Vincent McCormick, thank you as well. Ian Fortin, thank you as well. Jill Schneider, what was the one thing the defense did that surprised you? For me, I was initially surprised by not calling Trooper Proctor. Initially, I thought it was a mistake. I came around to it was the right move. I came around to that one, and I sort of explained that one. I mean, the other thing is they just surprised me at how thoroughly they annihilated, Burgess and Welcher. It's rare that you see experts get trounced that badly, but they did. NW, were Brennan and Canone scared? I don't think they were scared. CCM, thank you for hosting. 5 stars all around. Thank you. Big Apple, who's here? So amazing. You guys made time for us. You are inspirational. Hope to see you try another case. Love having gotten to know about you. And of course, love the artwork. They are amazing. I may see if I can send something. I got to get into the leather shop. I have an idea, or I have ideas. Marion MG, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Alessi's fantabulous lexicon. Brennan definitely has a very flexible interpretation of what is ethical and fair game. Yeah, there were points where I was just like, ooh, do not like this. Sarah, question for Alessi in Alessi voice. What do you think of your internet nickname, Word Daddy, in regards to your awesome vocabulary? That might be a bit weird. So, Jessica Nichols, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Nashley66, did you notice the judge making signals to Brennan? I don't know if they were making signals. Yes, that is Potter with opinions. Megan Easton, we're amongst royalty. Thank you for having us, Runkle. Thank you. Rescue Randy's trauma nurse. This is by far the best birthday gift ever. Love all of you. Update, Rescue Randy is alive and well and expected to make a full recovery. Love it. Candace Briley, I know you heard the crowd outside in Massachusetts, but what you didn't hear is the cheering all across the U.S. and other countries. We're all cheering and crying. Well done. Yes. Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, thank you so much. Diane G, fun question for all 3 of you. Dogs or cats? For me, dogs and cats. I like both, but I have dogs. So, Caitlin Bolio, I'm so happy for this whole dream team. Great job and congratulations. Thank you. Alley Cat, congrats on the interview. So well deserved. Thank you so much. What is it? Trust but verify. The hoodie incident revealed the lack of integrity of the prosecution and the judge. It was a shocking moment. Homegrown alligator, love you guys, super smart and truly caring for Karen. I'm well done. I'm in awe of the entire team. Absolutely. Pro Hawk VJ, nice. Please ask them about how they felt regarding Judge Canone's bias. Keep in mind, lawyers have got to be careful. Wasn't going to ask them that. That's not a... So, Faux Crash Randy, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Fid says, you guys killed it. We all love and respect you. Thank you for everything you did. Karen Freed. I see Rob in the background saying, Pro Hawk VJ wins. She just wins. He's not wrong. I don't know if I was to read that, but I did anyway. Cat Toes. David, did you and Alan disagree about how to handle the third jury question? Who told Bev to ignore the question? Congratulations. I saw you agreeing with the judge while Alan was arguing on how to reply, and thank you. Ultimately that one worked out. So yes. Benjamin Lewis, how did you decide on ham? Why not turkey? Obi-Wan Kenobi, at what point did you realize the judge wasn't as impartial as you'd expect? GA Boat Girls, it appears that some of the prosecution witnesses would look to Brennan for bailout when y'all would ask tough questions. Did you all pick up on that? That happens. Lots of witnesses do that. Lots of witnesses will look to the lawyer to be like, help. And I tell witnesses, I tell them as part of the prep, I say, stop, don't look at me for help. If I want to object, I'm going to object, but don't look at me for help because I'm not your rescue. Iris Dyer, did you guys see how fat Proctor got? We're not going with the rest of that. Proctor is terrible, but his appearance and medical conditions, if any, we're going to leave that. So, Parallel Jen, who said I can't do this again on the hot mic? Thank you. Mama Zone, have you ever experienced such a juvenile expert reenactment in any trial you've tried? I thought that was incredibly terrible. Aaron Shugat, photography. I'm an animal control officer, 25 years experience, and we verify skin breaks regarding dog bites to humans all the time. Those were dog bites on John O'Keefe's right arm, and the punctures in the hoodie were classic signatures. Lots of people who work with dogs have said these are obvious. Vicky McCullum, watching The Amazing Lawyering pushed me to apply for a law degree at 35 years old. Congratulations. Always wanted to, but watching the vigor was energizing. Vicky, that is amazing. And kick ass. Nicholas Starro says, me raid. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Mind Journey with Laurie Donnelly. I sent an email to David offering to contribute dinner for the team. Make sure he reaches out and lets me know where to send it. You'll have to reach out. Glamasuz, when I read Aiden's first article, I said the physics do not work. Always follow the hard sciences. They do not lie. Yep. Jessica Nichols, what do you think happened to poor John O'Keefe? How does he get justice in your opinion? I have my own theories. My theory is that, something happened inside the house, or at least maybe the garage. But I don't know if he gets justice. We love to imagine a world where the wrongdoers will always get punished, but we don't live in that world. So, Carolyn Kraft, how is residents of Massachusetts? Should these do we hold these government officials accountable as a follow-up from Karen Reid's trial? How can we get them to investigate the death of John O'Keefe? Morrissey's running for re-election. It might be good if he did not win. Wiggly Tails, this interview is such a treat. Congrats and thank you. Thank you so much. Alyssa Tamburo, hi, gentlemen. The last time I've been this elated was Wednesday around 3 p.m. Yes. The time before that was when I passed my LPC exam. You three are so cherished. Thank you all for being unapologetically you. It's an honor to be alive at the same time as you. Thank you so much. Shanana, how do you all reconcile that without the gift of the FBI evidence in this Millennium's dream team, Karen Reid would be incarcerated for a very long time? We mentioned that there's people who don't have her resilience, who don't have her luck, who might well go to jail. Winniebago, to celebrate, as Alessi aptly described, Runkle's astuteness, what a compliment. Thank you. AM, what if any clock drift did Bob apply to his 3 p.m. verdict prediction? Oh, yeah, the clock drift. Ginger3855, when did Alessi find out about the no BS of Shannon Burgess, and what was the feeling of knowing it? He mentioned that he couldn't necessarily go into it, but that they did a bunch of research. Norfolk County is politically corrupt. If you know, you know. You are the best. Thank you so much. Lindsay Bay, Ian, congrats. 38,000 watching. Thanks, Bob and David. I think at our peak across Twitter and YouTube, we had over 75,000. So, Allison Dunning, excellent interview, Ian. Thank you so much. Lily B, on jury slip, offense number 2, number 1, if the judge simply changed or to and, could that have been enough to help make it clearer? I think they could have done a lot better to make it clearer. Lori Wallace, amazing Yannetti and Alessi interview. Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you. Lucy La Riviere, there was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. Thank you, Dream Team Machine. Now we wish for justice for John. Absolutely. And I mean, this is the thing. John O'Keefe gets lost in this, and I would like to see a situation where he's not lost, where there's a proper investigation. I just don't know if that's where we're going to be. Lori G, thank you for this dream stream. Can we talk about Dever? She was a tire fire. Natalie Pirani, thank you all so much. Thank you. Runkle, this is fire. Thank you. Goat Alessi, Maureen Hartnett trying to change your testimony a day later, and that Kelly Dever thoughts. Can I correct my testimony? It's like, no. And along, Brennan got his experts on Temu. Now that's not fair. There's plenty of good things on Temu. Casey Dostine, thank you so much for the super sticker. Lindsay Bay, 49 objections sustained for the Commonwealth. Let that sink in. That was in a row. Mark Lyon, were the ham sandwiches delicious? I feel like they must have been. Well, they're ham sandwiches. How can they not? Alexis Velasquez, I'm from Boston. I love you, Yannetti and Alessi. My heroes, free Karen Reed. Absolutely. Shay B, so excited to see you three on one stream. Thank you for chatting with Ian. One of the best law tubers out there, in my opinion. Hope you and your team get some well-deserved R&R. Thank you, Shay B, and thank you for the compliment. It's much appreciated. Avalon, thank you for the super sticker. Alexandria Misthos, Alessi, can I take you out on a date? He is very married. Nurse Kate, thank you so much. Under Your Scars, love from Ontario, Canada. Amazing team. Go Runkle. Thank you. John Beattybot, can you ask about key cycle 116X admissibility? Sorry, we didn't get to that. Redondo Beach, obsessy with Alessi. Thank you. We love tennis, Yannetti too. Yes. Was that supposed to be tennis or was that supposed to be David? I don't know. Sarcastic Cat Lady, thank you for the super sticker. Yannetti's flannel and Alessi's cereal. What about Victoria George Esquire, the juror who joined? We talked about that. Alessi's biggest fan. You might have some competition. Big thanks to David and Bob for your brilliant lawyering. You didn't just stand up for Karen Reed. You stood up for every woman who could have been her. The world needs more of that kind of courage. Yep. Kit Smits, so excited this is happening. Hello from Oregon. Congrats on putting this together, Runkle. You're awesome. Thank you. Crime Spies, welcome aboard. Stormy Bell, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. The World Wonders. I'm late to this party and I'll watch the beginning later. So impressed with the whole team and so grateful they're taking the time to speak to us. Congrats to every member of the defense team. 100%. 100%. The World Wonders, and congrats to Ian for landing this interview. Well deserved. I'm doing the we're not worthy. Oh, sweetie, no. Thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Sandy, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Hannah, has the statute of limitations run out for Sandra Birchmore? If not, would Yannetti ever consider consulting on her case? That'll be they'll have the Commonwealth on that. So, yes. If not, would Yannetti ever consider consulting on her case? I love that they got justice for Karen, but Yannetti has his work cut out for him in Massachusetts. He can't solve everything, right? He can't solve everything. Stormy Bell, the dream team. So happy for Karen, right? Pamela Wissenbach, congrats on 300,000 subscribers. I expect it's going to go down a bit. it always does after the big trials, because then you start covering other stuff and people are like, why is this not Karen Reed? And you're like, it's not Karen Reed. But, it is. So, yeah. Michelle Ray, I'm thrilled for you to have these two on your channel. Me too. Lady Lysandra, how to lose the fear as a trial lawyer. I'm going to tell you something, Lady Lysandra. This is my opinion. You will probably never entirely lose the fear, and that's a good thing. If you lose the fear, you're probably not. I still have fear when I go into a trial, and I kind of feel like you have to, if you care about the file, if you care about any of these things. So do more trials. The fear becomes less, but it doesn't go away. So, yes. Dina Kawaji, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Redondo Beach, brilliant clothing. Alan Jackson is my spirit animal, also obsessy with Alessi. I think there's a lot of people there. Tina KS Law Nerd, thank you so much. CSI Canton, joining a little late, but Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi, thank you for the excellent representation. Thank you so much. Thilo Agthe, he was saying, you got my name right. Now I'm like nervous when I'm saying it. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lindsay 902, thank you so much. John Barth Art, thank you so much for the super sticker. That's much appreciated. Powerpuff 4, absolutely fantastic interview with 3 wonderful legal minds and ethical human beings. So happy for you all for the Pro Bono Fund, Runkle. Justice needs you all so much. Gilray and Took, Proctor saying he cried over his uniforms reminded me of a jail interview with BTK, serial killer, crying because he can't go out for pizza hamburgers. Yeah. Emotional Lemonade for Yannetti saying, don't call her Deaver. I couldn't remember what pronunciation she preferred. So, yeah. Piney Woods Law and Crime, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Who, if anyone, made the ham sandwiches? How frustrating was it to hear Hank try to make Arca look biased when he knows they weren't and you couldn't tell the jury why? No worries if you don't ask. I think they got to that. Like they wanted to cover the FBI. NW, who did the waterfall optimization? Brilliant. It was a good trial. Fire Garden 77, Dever was in a very difficult spot though, right? No sympathy, tell the truth. Do the right thing. Do the right thing is in tell the truth. Apple Jam PB, Ian, you incredible magical elf. I'm so impressed by the nat 20s you managed to roll to bring this to us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gigi, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Meatball Morrissey's Sketty Stain. Garage or Garagey by Angry Deaver. EE, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Winnie Bly, integrity in a team versus staff and hired guns. Yep. Tiffany BTIM Simp, paradigmatic, another Alessi word of the day. He's got a vocabulary, and I don't think he's ever lost a game of Scrabble. Pickled Sweets, how much help did they actually get from the internet? BN Trouble 31, Video Jesus, Microdots. I think they answered that. They were looking at that. They were yeah. Nate the lawyer, I caught you live. Finally, lol. This is awesome. This is. Thank you, Nate. Hannah, I was so bummed. Dever could have been the perfect example of a hostile witness. Alan did great, though. Not knocking Alan whatsoever. I think he got everything he needed out of her. Leaf Blower, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Redondo Beach, thank you so much. Discworld Edge Witch, thank you so much. Lina, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Moondragon, thank you. Welcome aboard. Not guilty, sorry, not sorry. Norfolk County vote Steve McLennan for DA 2026. P.S. Your cross day 2 was epic turnaround. Yep. Bethany, I want to know what Alessi thought Maureen Hartnett's Change My Testimony was about. Ooh, that would have been a good question. I don't think they know, and I don't think that they will ever know. Christina B, thank you, gentlemen, for protecting Karen and being truth seekers. You all give us all hope that justice can still prevail at the end of the day. Yes. Sid, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. And I think I met you in Nashville. So, yeah, awesome. Wendy H, Lego Stream wants Runkle. I have a Lego Star Wars right there. I gotta build it sometime. Rain Man, hey Ian, is 41,000 live viewers a record for you? I'm pretty sure it is. Piney Woods Law and Crime, thank you. Welcome aboard. Danny, you guys rock. Bob, I want to be you when I grow up. Me too, but I'm probably never going to grow up. So, Bleeding Green in Texas. I have to know what went through Dr. Alessi's mind when Aperture Dr. Welcher asked for Mr. Alessi's full name at the beginning of Cross. Ooh, that's a... I think that he had that as like a power move, the expert, and it didn't phase him. He clearly was unfazed. Having a hankering for some truth. I love you all. Alessi, did you want to slap Bev when she mocked you? Because I did. Well, you can have that feeling, but we're not going to slap judges. So, Casey Cat, Lucky, the unsung hero. There was no body, but there was a Ford Edge. The most honest resident in Canton. I genuinely think Lucky is, is fantastic. XCDA, thank you so much. Norfolk County is politically corrupt. If you know, you know. Why do you think Attorney Brennan even took this case? I can't figure that out. I don't know. I think maybe money. That's kind of my thoughts. Iowa Backyard Squirrel. Congratulations, guys. The jury got it right. Not only that, but the jury thought very carefully about this one. It was very clear that the jury absolutely did their, did their duty, did everything. So, yeah. All right. So, let's see here. Yinzer says, I want to thank you both, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi, for being such good examples of masculinity. As a 33-year-old man, I and those younger than me love your strength of character. It is much needed in this day and age. I feel like it is good to have like examples of masculinity that aren't jerks. And this is like an example of how compassion and caring can be very masculine. So yeah. Shelby, David means beloved by God, but it's safe to say he's beloved by all. I think that's a fair statement. So yes. Was it total remaining? Lots. M4A now. I'd do it if Alessi won't. He destroyed Aperture so badly in Cross and in his Arca Directs that it scared off Spanky, Spud Belcher, and Man Shannon. I do think they didn't want to like that. Either they didn't want to come back or Brennan didn't want to, Jennifer Richards Kaplan, each of you three and the jury restore my faith in humanity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Norfolk County is politically corrupt. If you know, you know. Bob should be proud of his daughter, Laura. She's been a superstar on Twitter. I think I get the feeling she's a superstar generally. Casey Cat, Ian, Andrea, Lori, and the Queen, EDB. Thank you. Electron Ash, did the defense see any microdots, BN trouble, or Video Jesus videos? If so, did that influence the presentation of evidence or closing arguments? They did say, without wanting to get into specifics, they said they looked at things on social media and used that as a barometer and got arguments. So, and see, if Jen McCabe said she knew John didn't go in the house, then why did she take Aaron back there to look for him? Food for thought. Interesting question. Leaf Blower, Alessi, and Yannetti, I am in love with you both. I feel like that is a common theme. What is it? My interview has already been baby AI'd. Glamasu's, the jury figured out that the DOJ hired Arca. Diva gave a lot away. I feel like they heard the FBI. CSI Canton, thank you for the YouTube membership. I'm Team Karen is factually innocent. Love the entire defense team and love Alessi and Yannetti. You would make my dreams come true if you gave a shout out to my gamer tag Anom, pronounced Inom. Sorry I couldn't bring that up, but I can give you the shout out. Hey Anom or Inom. Hey Inom. I'll try it both ways. So yes. So thank you so much. Lawyer's daughter and Brennan crossed them on it. Yeah. Brennan had some serious own goals. Valor Warrior, thank you so much. Welcher's emotional support laptop, still petitioning for a reaction video of Arca watching Trooper Paul's testimony from trial 1.0. Willing to pay. Arca, from what I understand, does not want to have any sort of public anything. So yeah, KH, thank you for the new membership. Hannah, if anything, this case proves that we need more pro bono lawyers in this world. Here you go, Ian. Thank you so much. Red Sox Master 25, please ask them about the garage photos now that they now have out there. We did. ShamWow, question, did Andrea Burkhardt's comments, do you deny it, influence Alan Jackson's cross on Jen on day 2 of Cross? He went there and got it. I bet they did, but I didn't ask. So Jill Higgins, I still say the most true phrase of both trials was Mr. Yannetti's first sentence of opening in trial 1. Karen Reed was framed. Yes. It's a hard thing to deliver on. So Ducks Oysters, David, my mom rented an office from your dad for years and years on Railroaded Street next to Durant Paint. She loved your parents so much. Oh, that's sweet. Cat in Virginia, everybody loves Yannetti and Alessi. Thank you. And they do. Normie at Alessi, wink, wink, wink. Sandy Jeans, the judge hid the DOJ. Why? Because she was worried it would be prejudicial, but not showing the DOJ was prejudicial. Kristen Factor, what did the jurors think of the John O'Keefe cosplay? We'd have to ask the jurors, and yeah. Loch Nessie, you all restored my faith in the justice system. Thank you for your integrity and ethics. Thank you. Alejandra Cobian, thank you so much. Hattie, thank you for the new membership. Jojo, wondering any future plans of running for judicial positions. I think that'll be something they'd have to decide, but honestly, I think that they are on top of their game, and I suspect that both of them would be taking a pay cut if they did. Moto88, thank you for the YouTube membership. Alessi's fantabulous lexicon. The things that occurred in this trial really push the limits of what can be considered absurd and what is realistic. It was a total mindfuck. The gaslighting by the Commonwealth is off the charts. Yes. Robin says, Runkle, my most recent LawTuber find landed the big interview. What a great Friday night. Glad to have you here, Robin. It's TJ Talk. How much did streamers, public, and social media discussion ourselves from the defense team? Hope we helped some. They said we helped. They said all of you, yeah. David James, Bob, please get involved with Richard Allen. I'm wickedly smart and as an architect, I wouldn't want to face you in a cross. If I was, I'm just going to say, Alessi is, if you're an expert and Alessi is on the other side, you'd better make sure you're telling the truth is all I'll say. Cause, he'll come for you. I think Burgess and Welcher, I think they're going to, see Alessi in their, in their nightmares. I saw a vid when Yannetti got shouts on the street and Mr. Alessi said, everyone loves Yannetti, which is true. I just want Bob to know that he's very loved too. I think he knows that. You both are amazing human beings and you're a blessing to so many. They really are. Alejandra Cobain, thank you. Can you play please play the Turtle Boys intro for them? No, I don't have a copy of it, and it's Turtle Boys. So I appreciate it, but I just can't. AG, for the guests, have you ever been before in your career seen a case this bizarre and mishandled? What was the worst case in terms of bungling or corruption you'd handled before this? They probably couldn't talk about like other cases. MT, my final plea, maybe I need this shout out for my dream to come true. Please, mods, make it happen. I love Alessi and Yannetti. I'd love for them to give me a shout out that I can clip using my gamer tag, Anom. I'm sorry, Anom, but Anom, you kick ass. Thank you so much. That's the best I can do, I think. Leaf blower, Alessi and Yannetti. Do you think Judge was wearing an earpiece or communicating through watch with Morrissey during trial? Wink ×2 or fake sneeze for yes. I don't think that was a thing, but I appreciate I appreciate your hustle. Isabel Park, Mr. Alessi, as well as being a great lawyer, has a great sense of humor. How could you not love him? I think this is a funny crowd. So, yes. Red Sox Master 25. There was a motion denying Sandra Birchmore case, saying it could not be brought up. Did the defense try to bring it in? They clearly did if they got that. So I knew her when she joined the services, Justice for Sandra. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss if you knew her, Red Sox. What happened to her was tragic and unfair and horrible. And yeah, my cat's name is Karen. Do they know that casting for the Hollywood movies started weeks ago? I kind of feel like Ed Norton for Alessi. I'm just trying to think of still me. Hoss Long, did you laugh at Brennan's pronunciation of the Glasgow chart? Love from Scotland. Yeah. Anne Oporowski, wonderful to listen to. Well done. Thank you guys so much. Lawyer, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Peter, I am a huge fan. I am. Peter's one of those people that you're just lucky to know, and huge fan. And one of the things I love about the LawTube community is that, for the most part, we're all fans of each other, and we all like each other. And I really am glad that that's the sort of sphere I'm in there. So, NW, this is closure for us. Thank you so much. John Scott, for any young lawyers watching, the flexibility in trial that they've spoken about is hugely important. Don't fall in love with your questions before you ask them. Thanks for the discussion, gentlemen. John Scott is 100% right, and I can tell you I have had a trial where I abandoned my entire line of questioning and had to wing it because the answers I got, or the answers that the witness gave before I got up to cross, were not the answers I knew and not the answers I was expecting, and I had to change gears real fast. And I had planned for a soft cross-examination, a really gentle cross-examination, and I had to come in hot. So it was you got to be able to do that. JC Mack, excellent interview, Ian. Congratulations. Thank you. Michelle, what about the memes and funny videos? Was that expected? There was a lot of them out there. Peapod Ferry, I'm late. Sorry if this has been asked already. Is there any way for Canone to get some sort of professional review of Anti-Bev with regards to her behavior and bias rulings without an appeal process? I don't think there's going to be any review. Michelle Ray, great show, Ian. Congratulations, Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti. Thank you so much. Rob, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. It's unnecessary, but it's appreciated. Sheree Tallis, so happy to see this interview. Congrats to this amazing team. And to Karen Reed. Love you, Runkle. Thank you. Kat Knott Williams, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Elizabeth Chetwood, gentlemen, thank you for standing up for Ms. Reed. Do you think there'll be, as we say in the South, a come to Jesus meeting for law enforcement in Canton? I doubt it. I think that they're going to circle the wagons. I am also going to step aside for a second, just one little moment, because I'm going to let the dogs in again, because I suspect that Zora is looking at my Starlink and deciding that it is delicious. So 1 second. We're just going to do this.
You're letting the dogs out? He's letting the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I don't know. I'm going to do this, though. While Ian's gone, because you're stuck with me for the time being, we're going to help. Oh, no. He put on Walking the Ducks. Oh, no. Okay, we can do this. Walking the Ducks. Carrie Bouts, thanks for becoming a new member. Kenzie W., thanks for becoming a new member. I'm just reading the little ones, guys. Just the little ones here and there. Let's see. Tyler Gandy, thank you very much for the super chat on behalf of Ian. Very much appreciated. Lindsay, thank you for the super sticker. Very, very much appreciated. That one's appropriate. Powerpuff 4. Now Rob's here too. I am. What a great night. I've been here in the background the whole time. Mandy, thank you for becoming a member. Melissa Cusado, thank you very much for the generous super chat. Very kind of you.
And thank you, Rob, for keeping things going. Zora has not eaten the Starlink. She gave me a very reproachful look when I let her in, and but thankfully she has not eaten the Starlink, because that has to go up to the woods. So
yep,
we love Rob duos, Ian and Rob, and David and Rob, 100%. You know what I should have asked?
All right.
I should have asked Mr. Alessi if he's seen that I use Bob in my hypotheticals, and if it.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm Rob. He's actually Bob. So that actually might be more offensive to him. So, well,
yeah, I feel like I have to be careful on that. So, yeah. Let's see. We've got Veronica, best interview with the best lawyers. Thank you so much. CS Tears, love the whole team. Tell Little she managed chaos. I kind of get this sense that Little was pretty awesome there. Can Mr. Alessi give us the scoop on his potential podcast? Chat with Laura Alessi named it for him this morning. Oh, what did they name it? What did they name it? I wonder. That is awesome. Chef Nomad, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. White Rabbit 1701, Occiput Boner. If you know, you know. Brentwood Cheek, we the chat will be better jurors for having watched LawTube. I feel like that is true, and I feel like we may also see some future trials where they will say, do you watch true crime? Do you, any of those things?
Well, I think YouTube is going to be a question in future juror want to hear about it. Definitely.
But the thing is me, I would probably want people who have the prosecution might have wanted to exclude them on this one. JTL Mardos is class acts and heroes. I was struck by just how humble they were, right? Nice baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. May or may not, great interview. Absolutely love this. I am tremendously honored. So yeah. Hans Gruber, shout out to my homie Greg Johnson. So shout out. There we go. Normie, Runkle Zora, Dream Team of the Zora Century, Runkle Potter. So those are Potter emojis and Zora emojis. Lady Draconis, thank you so much. Mary Coppola, a juror interview said they deduced it was the FBI. They knew. I mean, they had some witnesses who mentioned the FBI, right? And they let it slip. So the jury was like, the agency, let's just call them, the Bureau.
Yeah. The other agency that was possibly law enforcement / government.
Yes. It's like, who could that be? Riley Lynn, Runkle, congrats on the big interview. Well deserved. Really enjoying this conversation. Have some congrats money for the pro bono fund. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this interview because it was really just fun, and all the questions I wanted to ask, I got to ask, and yeah. Laura Leanne, justice roared. Yes, that courtroom resounded. They might have to replace the foundation after that. Shay B, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Jelena M, it is you. The emotional discharge is the proof. Thank you. Kevy Kev 781, question for David. Was it hard to fight this fight into exposing the wrongdoing in your own backyard, say in your own country or county? I think that they were actually, my impression, I can't answer for them really, but they seem to be pretty keen to fight this. Andrea Burkhart says, thanks for the riveting interview we could never get from mainstream media. This is another thing. Thank you so much, Andrea. I am a huge fan of yours. And I also just want to say this is one of the reasons why I kind of like the new media stuff, because we can do a full interview for 2 hours, right? 2.5 hours, and actually go into all of these questions. We're not just having to do soundbite interviews, because I feel like I've done interviews with big media, right? And they'll ask you a bunch of questions, and then they will roll they'll roll 6 seconds of what you talked about, even though you had a conversation for an hour, or a half hour.
And it's a carefully selected 6 seconds that only matches what you want to hear out of the interview. Ian, that format that you had was perfect. It was perfect. It was the best chance to get to hear from those 2 attorneys. And there could not have been a better forum, a better platform, or a better channel for that to take place on.
Well, thank you. I am blushing, and I just we have entered into a world now where, all of these things can happen, and it is I think we're better off for it, honestly. And I don't say that just about to toot my own horn. Watch Rob, watch Lawyer You Know, watch all of these, Andrea's stuff was amazing. Just all of these, streamers out there, and, they have insights. They're able to actually get into things and break things down. And Lean On Me says, please allow me as a woman divorced from a cop to say these attorneys made me cry because we need them as heroes. I never had this kind of support ever. Thank you. I'm not going to say all police because it's not all police, but I will say I have heard a number of horror stories from people who dated police officers. So I'm not saying don't date a cop, but I am saying be careful. KJ, just when you think you can't love David Yannetti more, such humility and grace. 100%. Law and Lumber. David, I take back some critical comments regarding cross-examination style, but not all. That said, the passion in your motions arguments was rock star level. Nobody better for the tense fights with an oppositional judge. He was willing to throw some elbows, and
Yeah. That was the thing. I might have griped with him on how he cross-examined witnesses in factual settings, but when there was a Judge Bev moment when Judge Bev was pushing back, there would be no other lawyer on that team that I would want to push harder. David Yannetti was the person. It was him standing up and basically just saying, Judge, you gonna let me finish? And just, wow.
And you need that. Sometimes you need the lawyer who can just stand there and be like, Judge, no. Because sometimes you're arguing the issue to win it right now, and sometimes you're arguing the issue to win it, at the appeals. And I think doing appeals made me a better trial lawyer, because one of the things you learn sometimes is that that concession you make to the judge to make nice with the judge
bites you.
It can be fatal on the appeal. So, I had more moments where I was, where a judge would be like, well, Mr. Runkle, you'll concede this point. And it's like, nope.
That was David Yannetti. But with witnesses, sometimes it would feel a little bit like he was fighting too much. But in motions arguments, I'm going, holy crap, I want this person at the forefront of every motion I'm arguing in front of an oppositional judge. It was perfect. That was the one comment I made, where I know that we commentators make commentary and the lawyers see it in the aftermath. We can all appreciate that we can criticize the craft, and that's what we try to do. Ian does it. I do it. All the above. Yeah. But holy crap, to be able to appreciate a trial in the aftermath. And that's my little parting thought for now. Until you have to go to the bathroom again, I have to jump on again. But I'm going to jump back in the background and do what I'm doing with the chat.
So David James says, I agree. Michelle says, having your request being respected by a whole crowd shows you have the respect of people. 100%. With the, the I love you. Yeah. Lily B, for your opinion, what actors play Alessi and Yannetti in a major motion picture? Alessi, I kind of go with Edward Norton because he's got a bit of the same look. And Yannetti, I don't know. I don't know enough actors is the problem. You need somebody with fire because they've got fire. Nicole Harper, how did you feel throughout the trial with Brennan's incessant burden shifting? It infuriated me. I was enraged by a bunch of it, but yeah. Jen, thank you so much, attorneys Alessi and Yannetti, for doing this interview. As a retired law enforcement officer, 20 plus years and now in the medical field, this case was eye-opening. Thank you for all you do, and thank you, Ian. I have heard that from some other law enforcement people, and the other thing I can say is that I've had moments where I grilled the heck out of a police officer and his partner thanked me because he said, yeah, that guy's kind of garbage and he really needs to get grilled. Oh, Bob Odenkirk for Yannetti. I could see that. I think that, yeah. Bob Odenkirk for Yannetti, I could totally see. So, yeah. outside the box. It is unique, though. Not everyone can fight injustice. Karen can be an advocate for people who can't fight as hard as her. I mean, the thing is if she decides to go off into the shadows and just live her life, she's earned it. She doesn't owe the world anything. So, AP NYC, thank you. Spank Hank, 45,000 plus watching. You two are my heroes. They're my heroes too. Cat Not Williams, thank you so much. Bewitching Beauty, stellar performance, gentlemen. Bob Alessi, I would love to marry you. He's taken. Bree Rose, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Casey, great show. Thank you. Phoenix, how do you think a defendant who didn't have the resources Karen had would have prevailed with not one but two trials? She'd probably be in jail for life. If she didn't have her grit, if she didn't have the support of everybody, probably she dies in jail. Shay B, for those here for the first time, please consider staying. Runkle is pretty awesome and hilarious and working toward working pro bono in Canada through YouTube. Tons of generous membership gifting tonight, as well as subscribing for free. That's the hope. Is I want to be able to do more law for free. My cat's name is Karen. David Yannetti, will you marry me? Lots of proposals in the chat today. Mary Matilda May, excellent interview, Ian. Thank you. And of course, a big thank you to Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti for sharing their time and knowledge. They did us a tremendous solid, folks. Brenna McCulloch, I'm a nurse, and as much as I love being a nurse, this case has made me think about going into law in some way. Incredible job fighting for justice. And you know what? A nurse is a great background, because if you ever end up like doing like medical malpractice stuff or that sort of thing, or criminal law. Criminal law, you often are dealing with injuries. And if you're the kind of person who can cross-examine, medical personnel, nurses, doctors, etc., if you are like, all of these things are helpful. So D-Rock Limestone, you guys rock. Thank you. Melanie Haydick, goodness, I love the Alessi vocabulary. Many words of the day. Alessi, yeah. Just imagine, Team Karen made America proud as the world watched. Yes. I see somebody saying Runkle interviewing Wendy Murphy next. I mean, she'd be welcome to come on, but I don't think she'd like the questions I have to ask. Connie Goudreau, thank you so much. Sarah, favorite Alessi moment. What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading? I love the what, like the way he whip cracks that. I just don't know how to emulate it and so forth. Kim Kraus, absolutely love all three of you. Thank you so much. Cat TV, me and my cats adore you. Oh, kitties. So thank you so much. Lori, thank you for the super sticker. Shelly, what was the funniest moment in court for you? Yes, Yannetti, you were lovable. So is Alessi. I'm trying to think of what I thought the funniest moment in court was. I mean, I think I howled like a monkey when they went after Dr. Russell, and she's like, "This is a grief response." I was like just cracking up, because that was a major own goal, right? A major mistake, major blunder from Brennan. And he just opened the door to it himself. He couldn't object to it because he asked the question. There's no way the defense could have elicited that without that. I also laughed hilariously with the 60 gone in 60 seconds moment with Alessi, because no lawyer can actually keep the 60 seconds, and he did, and it was badass, and he just smashed that. So I see Runkle laughed the most watching Burgess live. That is true. I did. That is fair. I did actually crack up watching Burgess get annihilated. Motional Lemonade. Who would Mr. Alessi rather box, Andrea Burkhart or Bev? I think Andrea Burkhart could happen, but Honey 2800, is Karen able to move out of the area now? I worry for her safety now. There's too many still out there for her. I don't think they'd be able to say anything about what she's doing for safety reasons, because there are people who, yeah. Jolene Haas, top shelf all the way. Thank you. Pierre, I would love to play Scrabble against Bob Alessi. Do you play, Bob? I would lose at Scrabble to Bob Alessi. So, yes. Jennifer, thank you for this interview. I can't tell you the relief I felt when you won this case. I'll never forget how hard you fought for. And thank you, Runkle, for covering the trial. Thank you. And they know they're loved. So, lawyer's daughter, I was shocking seeing a successful, strong, independent woman being persecuted for all the world to see. She was identifiable, relatable, and the lengths they went to were frightening. You're all heroes. Yeah, I mean, when the system wants to crush you, and she, more than any, like, she tremendously was able to stand up to that pressure, and it was tremendously, yeah. The virtual juror, I mean, former disgraced Trooper Proctor once said, I hate that man. I truly hate that man. While many of us are thinking, we love these people and truly appreciate the defense team. Yeah. Serendipity, love to the defense team. You are an amazing group of people and deserve all the goods in this world. I feel like they are both winning at life, honestly. They're both on top of their game. They've both got loving families. They're both, they found a friendship that is apparently really amazing as well. Yeah. Cheryl with an S, you guys are amazing. So glad I was able to be there to support Karen. Justice served. Now for a new plate. Oh, because it's free Karen Reed. Nice. That's awesome. Otto, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Mary Claire Rushlow, Yannetti is lovable and a hottie. And then the fire emoji. B. McDonald, you're helping to restore belief in law and order. Yes. Defense Diaries, your team showed the world that criminal defense attorneys truly are the unsung heroes, defenders of the Constitution and the rights of the citizen, and just how important checks and balances are in a criminal justice system. I will say this trial, more than any other previous trial, has had people reach out and say, I have changed my mind about defense lawyers. I have changed my mind that, and that, because a lot of people think defense lawyers are sort of the scum of the earth and the worst people ever and so forth. And when you are facing grief, they're the ones who, who stand up. LB, everyone's going to be commentating on Runkle. Fair. Hubert, as a boots on the ground supporter, I considered it a community service for 2+ years. Honored to help, and thank you, attorneys Yannetti and Alessi, for everything. And it's clear they appreciate you being there. So 100%. Thank you, Hubert. Bewitching Beauty, rock stars. Yes. Gen V, will Karen have to stay near Canton or can she move? She'll have to work that out with probation. I hope she can get to somewhere outside of, yeah. The FBI hired ARCA. Have they seen Baby AI? The Baby AI, I will admit, I find kind of weird, but apparently there's a new Baby AI for Runkle now. And so, yeah. Letteros by Betterow. How has Karen Reed inspired all of you throughout the last 3 years? I think it's fairly clear that they were all quite inspired. Oh God, somebody linked me the baby. I watched part of it there. Shannon, jurors are the trier of facts. Well, they are indeed. Jurors are the most important, they're critical in our system, right? They're just absolutely critical in our system. And what jurors go through is tremendous, right? They make a huge sacrifice to be there. They give up their time. They give up their, all of these things. And yeah. So Tanya Mayer, I'm just a starting defense lawyer practicing for now over a year, and the three of you are so inspirational to me. Thank you, Tanya, and keep at it. JPK, what a great interview. 45,000 watching. Amazing. Thank you. And 226. Luna Dewdrops, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Molly, this has been a special night. Thank you to Ian and all three for being so real with us tonight and restoring some faith in the system for me. For me too, honestly. Wonder Kim, thank you so much. And thank you so much. I'm not sure how that went down. Hi, Palm Mom, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Kelly Allison, you're all my heroes. Thank you. DK, thank you for the new membership. Danny Renee says, you two are amazing, so humble. They really are. They really are. Casey Cat, Boston Judge Lou retired, just did a Boston TV interview where he flat out said Karen is guilty. It's online, but news station took it down. He's still all over stream saying it. Isn't that slander? I mean, he could open himself up to a suit. But the other thing I just want to say is it's kind of concerning that a judge doesn't respect, or even a retired judge doesn't respect, the principle of innocent until proven guilty. That is concerning to me. So, yeah. Carson Pratt, what's Wendy Murphy's bar number / state? Let's not go after people like that. Deb N, thank you for the YouTube membership. Also, I don't even know if she has one, but LB, 24 people on 2 juries. Yes. Bear 90, thank you so much. Sarah Barnes, perfect Friday night listening to you guys. Thank you so much. DK, you guys kicked their butts. Congratulations. God bless you. Thank you, DK. Bluebird 711, the jury was amazing. And did you know they did? And you know they did their job because they're not ashamed to come out and talk about it. Very upsetting to see the way people who want to send Turtle Boy to jail doing much worse to a juror. The people harassing the jurors can just stop doing that. We'll go with that. Boston Girl, from the bottom of my heart as a Norfolk County resident, thank you for your service. They are awesome. DK, the tears and cheers were felt worldwide. 100%. Bear 90, evil only prevails when good men and women do nothing. And they stepped up. Jack Canoff, I love Runks in his channel. Not guilty. Yes, thank you so much. We have Karen Reed's to free. Rebecca, fellow Canadian, supported as I could from afar for Karen Reed's team. Please don't sell yourself short. If not hero, you are inspiring. As a non-consensual intern of Mr. Yannetti, Nurse Kim would say, Mr. Yannetti, her bowl of spaghetti. Mr. Alessi is just a gem. They really are. DK, Higgy Bear should be hibernating. Watch out. We'll see what he gets up to. Cootie Pootie Tootie, thanks you for fighting for justice. Thank you. Isabel Park, America can finally be proud of themselves again, but we need to keep the truth from being demonized by corrupt people. Thank you. Inquiring Mind, I would love to know if this team has seen the AI babies. I suspect they have. Chelsea Rama, Mr. Alessi, how'd you build up your vocabulary and how many 4-letter words went through your head during some expert crosses? Thank you for both for fighting to protect our constitutional rights. And I see Mr. Yannetti is still the handsome guy on the right. He he's got quite the vocabulary, and yes, they're an amazing team there. Faith M, thank you so much for the YouTube membership, much appreciated. Brandy D, thank you for this interview. Thank you so much. What is that? Kathy says, you gentlemen with the whole defense team give me hope. Our courts are a cornerstone of our democracy. They really are. Shelly Bean, thank you for the YouTube membership. AGEM, we need more Liza, AJ, Yannetti, and Alessi. Dream team. I mean, they're kind of the A-team. So, Kat Randall, Dustman, thank you for the gifted membership. Rad Finds New York, or Rad Finds New York, thank you for the YouTube membership. DK, should Bev been a point to the judge to begin with? That we will leave unanswered. Janine VN, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Ernie, not a dry eye in the chat. You're not wrong. Jen, not McAlbert. Yannetti making me cry again. These are some great men. I love this. 100%. Kristen Marie, where do I find this fountain of youth? If I look that good at in my 60s, I will feel like I've won at life. I certainly won't have my hair's already gone white. Like that ship sailed. Blessed in Texas, I think Bob and David being best friends is the best. 100%. 100%. DK, Mick Jagger's of attorneys, never age, forever young. Yep. Bewitching Beauty, over 46,000 watching. Fantastic. We still have 22,000 watching on YouTube and a total of 65,000 across all of the platforms. So thank you. Bridget Oster, thank you for coming on here. Thank you. Carrie Williams, have the attorneys seen the Alberts interview on ABC today? What do you think? I think they said that they weren't really checking it out. Good for them. Lisa, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. DK, don't worry, there's Top Golf. Bless your family. I cannot golf either. So, Autumn, Yannetti and Alamo Alessi, ball. YW, okay. Do I have to roll the thirst clip? Hey, Q Squared, I see you in the chat there. Angel Australia, the new Avengers, such an amazing team, and finally some real justice. You all did it. Freed. I love that. Florida Dad, great work. Attorney here, married to a Brazilian. Just saw one of the jurors was a Brazilian attorney. How big of a voir dire fail was it on the prosecution to have an attorney from a country with mega police corruption? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. SJT, thank you, Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Alessi, and our highly respected Canadian Ian. Fantastic interview, one I will long remember. Thank you for restoring my faith in justice. Blessings. Question, how can we support Karen financially? I don't think she's got anything up right now. Oh, wait, there are the fundraisers. And we will do that. So, yeah. Cat Randall Dustman, we're on a mission from God. Elfwood Blues. Thank you. Yep. Carla Barrick, above anything else, two good men right here. They really are. D-Rock Limestone, perfect interview. These guys are posters on my wall. Then, yes. Tiffany B. Tim Simp, what or who could be better than those good doctors? 100%. Grilled Cheese, how do you balance a long-term partner with being in a demanding career? You got to find a good one. You got to find, somebody who's, Michelle M. just stopping in to say Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti are class acts. To see your passion was a privilege. And Ian, you're amazing as well. Thanks. Thank you. Wendy W. To the families who supported the whole team. Thank you. Shay B. Trucker and military spouses are a special kind of people as well. It is hard, especially with kids. You're basically alone. Been a trucker wife for 18 years. Love to all supportive spouses. Yep. Any of the spouses that have to stay home while, the other partner is going out and working, they're working hard too, right? Because they're at home working hard while their partner's out. So, Skylar, Bob, and David, we love you guys. I think everybody loves them. So, yes, Karen Reed Legal Fund in Google. You can find that. Charicity says, Dr. Russell is a national treasure, 100%. Kay, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. K-Faz, for Ian's pro bono with David and Bob, what a terrific interview. Thanks for sharing your time with us. Thank you. Christian Taylor, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Adiba, Lucky cannot lie. I suspect he can. I just suspect he won't. And I suspect that there's just no way for... I don't think there's any circumstance where that's happening. I see Vanity saying, damn, still reading. We're going to read until either I drop or we get through all of these. You guys were good enough to send the super chats and so forth. I feel I owe you guys reading them. So, yes. Just fabulous. I know it probably won't happen, but I would love to see this team stay together and be the Avengers of defense lawyers. I would follow all cases. I can't see it happening, but that would be badass. And if I collapse, Rob will take over. So thank you so much, Rob. Alex D, thank you so much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Excuse me, sometimes the hardest part is the quiet after the celebration. You're not wrong. And I think that the defense team is going to, they're going to have to move on to the next trial, right? And it's going to be a bit of a anticlimactic, right? Karen Reed's got to move on and she's got to rebuild a life. And I wish I had the power to give her her life back. I don't. So, yeah. Christina H., thank you, Ian, Yannetti, and Alessi for the wonderful insight into a bombshell second trial. Thank you so much. Analytical Barney AB, Runkle of the Bailey, please tell Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Alessi that the people needed this. It's been cathartic and decompressing. Thank you. I think this was really the best kind of, thing there. So, yeah. Teddy617, thank you so much. This is very generous. David, those first 15 months had to be lonely. Then Aiden turned the tide publicly. Then Olivia, Melanie, Bettero, etc. dug in daily. You weren't walking alone again. Can you talk about that shift? Teddy, I wish I'd seen that question. I would have asked it. Yannetti was the beginning, right? He was the beginning and he was there at the end. So, yes. Miss July RN, great interview, Runkle. Thank you so much. Treasures 1, Yannetti is the best bromance ever. I will say second best because Rob is here, and me and Rob, we we've been good friends in it's I'm still sort of in awe at how that happened, and that so yes. Not including you though, Runkle. Also, I learned chats are read at the end. I'm grateful to you, Runkle, for all. Thank you so much. Elf Wiggins, 29 months of enjoying your excellent work. Thank you so much, Elf Wiggins. Much appreciated. Hezo1, this is awesome, Ian. Congrats on the interview. Thank you. Cat in Virginia, wow, great job, Ian. Thank you. Thank you so much. Auburn Warfare, incredible stream. Thanks, Ian. Huge respect, guys. Thank you. Cat in Virginia, set some goals and drink some scotch. I am just going to say my goal at this point is to get through the backlog of the super chats and then probably go hug a puppy because Zora and Potter are down there, and yeah. K-Rab, great interview. Thank you for bringing it to us. Thank you. Emotional Lemonade, feel free to ignore all of mine. Great job, Ian. Tonight and always huge. No deal. Steve Powers, so proud that your heroes admire you too, Ian. I don't even know what to say, honestly. To making it count, in the olfactory Zoom sign posted, goodbye. Yes, Volkas. Well, here's one more super chat for the pile. Congrats on being able to get those guys on here, Ian. Missed the bulk of this, so I'll watch it on the weekend. I thought it was a great interview. I'm going to rewatch it. Lynn, thank you, Ian, for a great interview. Don't need to read aloud. Too late. Zen Moore, these two went above and beyond anyone and anything for Karen's freedom. And that's saying something because that Lexus went to space. Space Lexus. Yes. Treasures, thank you for the YouTube membership. Lauren Wilson, thank you. Nikki Lewis, thank you so much. Cheryl Reed, Ian, your interview of these attorneys was so spot on. Loved watching you in action and happy that they chose you. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Cad Monkey FPV, amazing show, Ian, for the pro bono fund. Thank you. I'm going to have to collapse at the end of this. AZ Free for the pro bono fund. I've never been more proud of someone I've never met, but you've done a fantastic job, Ian. Been here since the first trial and will stay for long after. Thank you so much. Lori Ross, Ian, you did a tremendous job with that interview. It was special, real emotional, and so heartwarming. I was like, I really hope I can carry this because, oh my God, I feel like it was a tremendous, honor and obligation. It's like, I got to do right by this. Yeah. Vicky Bramlett, thank you, Ian, so much for the fantastic interview. You are awesome. Thank you. Grassfolk, Runkle, this interview was amazing. I'm so proud of you and your preparation, excellent questioning, and a wonderful environment for a warm, open, and heart-fulfilling conversation. Thank you. Kelly Bailey, thank you for all your coverage on this. Thank you. Trina, as someone who was falsely accused, who lost everything in the defense of my innocence, I'm grateful to the lawyers who give of themselves for others. Grateful. 100%. And I think that I've heard from a few people who've been in that circumstance and who've said, I was so glad to see this, and some of them have said, I wish I'd had this. So, Amy T, this was so heartfelt, amazing, and wonderful closure for the entire community. I mean, the thing is, it's not entirely closure. Karen Reed's going to have a civil battle. She's going to need funding. She's going to, Turtle Boy still got a thing going on. So, yes. Somebody said, how many notifications do you have left to go? 142. Debbie J says, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you. Treasure says, sorry, I forgot to ask, what is the third rail? Thank you. I joined today. I love listening to your voice. Be well. On a subway, the third rail is the electrified rail. So you've got the two rails in the sort of outside that the wheels run on. And the third rail is power. And so if you touch the third rail, you suddenly are going to get enough electricity for free to power a subway. And that's also enough electricity to, burn you to a crisp. So touching the third rail is a very, very bad idea. And that's what the third rail is. Against the Tide, I admit there have been some times tonight where the screen had become a little blurry from happy tears. You are awesome. Tide, I really look forward to meeting you in Vancouver. Becca has thoughts. This is more than a great interview. This was a great conversation. Also, congrats on 300,000. Well deserved. Thank you so much. EE, love the interview. You rock. Thank you. With a scotch glass. I might have a scotch later. Kay Hizzy, congrats on the interview. Can I ask how this came about? I think I can say this because, Laura has posted. So Laura Alessi reached out to me and basically said hi. And initially, I was not sure if it was actually Laura Alessi. And then I became more, but I was like, let's have a conversation. And then I was like, oh, wow, this is totally Laura Alessi. And we were having a discussion. And I mentioned my pro bono goals. I talked about, things that were happening in the trial and so forth. And, I mentioned hey, when this is done, I'll reach out for an interview, but I'm one of the smaller of the channels. And she was like, yeah, I think you. And then she basically said, hey, so I think behind the scenes, Laura was kind of an advocate for me, which tells me she's an excellent lawyer. And I owe her a tremendous debt of gratitude for all of this. So yes, TJP 0123, thank you for the YouTube membership, much appreciated. Nikki MCR Mama, missed opportunity, should have talked with them about the cat and brainworms. Wonder what their thoughts would have been on those. I mean, that was crazy. Yeah. Mark, support for the Pro Bono Fund. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the amazing interview, and thank you so much. Kat, only caught the end. Excited for replay. Thank you. Renee, Ian, you did great. You had 46,000 in here. Now we just need to get Doctors Russell and La Posada in the same room. I would love to see them hang out. So, Crafty865, great interview. Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Upspoon, these two are the humble salt of the earth. Brilliant, 100%. The amount of work they did on this file for either nothing or the amount of work that went into this. I mean, they didn't want to get into specifics. I would estimate well over $1 million worth of lawyering went into this, well over. And yeah, Kurt Eaton, need the story how you scooped this interview. I think you've got that. Kelly Healy, great interview, Ian. Thank you. Big Dyslexic Energy, congratulations, Runkle. This was a fantastic interview. Excited to see what this does for your pro bono goal. Also, and I appreciate the entertainment while I bathe and groom my cat. I'm hoping it gets me either closer or to that point. Yes, Laura Alessi is not. Did I say she was a lawyer? She's not a lawyer. I said she's got lawyering chops, not that she's a lawyer. She's she is an excellent advocate, but that's not that she's a lawyer. So yes. Big Dyslexic Energy, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Jamie F. Ian, you did great. Thank you for getting them on and you being you. Thank you so much. Busy the Gamer Mom, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Psycho Mom XS4, I feel blessed to be able to help out Karen. Same. Cat W, this was indeed as epic as predicted. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. Boppet, loved the interview. Just wondering how this came to happen. Also, pup treats. I mean, it's just there's a whole lot of factors, and I mean, a certain amount of luck. Silja, the Knitting Baker, congrats, Runkle, on a fantastic interview and 300,000. Thank you so much. Renee, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Iron, YouTube members deserve easier Discord access too. Iron, I will try to figure that out. I saw that you signed up on Patreon. I will try to figure that out. There is a Discord that, so I've got 2 Discords, and I'm just going to toss out an invite to the one of them. I'm just going to put that out there. Iron, I get you, and I appreciate that, and we'll try to make it happen. AC's Wildflower, to be a fly on the wall for a conversation with Rob, Ian, BA, and DY. It'd be interesting. Tessa, that was such an amazing interview. You really picked their brains and asked amazing questions. I'll definitely be watching this over again. Congrats. Thank you so much. Kayla, congratulations on 300,000 milestone and epic interview. Thank you. And I am probably going to, once we're sort of done, I will pass out. But in the meantime, Linz, thank you so much for the membership. Did you eat today? Also, way to go. I ate today, but I didn't eat enough. I am feeling hungry again, and I will. What is that? Iron. I yes, must stick up for the YouTube members. I hear you. I am hungry again. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have some Chinese food. That I feel like might be a thing. Harbinger of imminent death. So should we start calling you a journalist now? Yes. This interview is strong evidence in the affirmative. Thank you for it and your Karen Reed coverage. I mean, I don't know if I'm a journalist, but I'm a member. I do media, so I see somebody saying I missed the Discord. I will repost a Discord link. Anita Flanagan, thank you for the new membership. Witchy Jessa, congratulations on 300,000. It's been an amazing ride. It really has. Frankie Sharat, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Shannon M, you don't have to read this out loud. Tough. Save your voice for the other 500 plus super chats. Thank you for all that you do, Ian. Love your channel. Congratulations on 300,000 and great interview. Thank you so much. Jenny H, you did a great job. Thank you. Big Dyslexic Energy. I'd be besties with Alessi, Runkle, and Yannetti so fast. Awesome. Thank you. Lindsay says you can do a members only post with an invite to the members only Discord server. Fair enough. But I prefer the Role of Law one personally. They have a different vibe. So Moonbug, I noticed when the verdict was read that Paul O'Keefe was leaning over and tapped under his eye while looking at the jury. Was that a threat? I don't think so. I think Paul O'Keefe was just unhappy. I don't think he was threatening the jury. And certainly if anybody had thought that, they would have gone after him. Kate, maybe, and to think all of this came from you trying to prove no one wanted to watch you. Congratulations, Runkle. Well-deserved. Just as you're moved watching them, we're moved watching you. Keep being you. For the people who don't know this story, my first YouTube video, my first first video ever was because somebody kept telling me that I should make YouTube videos. And I thought they were wrong. And so, but they kept saying it. And I was telling them that there was no way anybody would want to watch me. And they were like, yes, they will. And I was like, no, they won't. And so finally, I was getting tired of them telling me that I had to make YouTube videos. So I made a YouTube video so that I could show them that it was going to fail and that nobody would watch it. And then I failed at failing. My first video got like 4,000 views and 500 subscribers. And I was like, well, I guess I better make another video. And the worst thing, the absolute worst thing out of all of that is that I went back later after the channel had grown a bit. I went back later and I tried to find that guy. I tried to find the guy because I would have said like, hey, can I buy you a dinner or something? And that person had deleted his account. It was just gone. So I don't know who that person is. I don't have any way to track that person down. But I started my channel to prove somebody wrong about, whether or not anybody would want to watch my channel. And yeah. K-Rab says, mention Extra Life while you have so many here. It is now a pinned link. So, yes. Deb H. Or Deb Halliwell. I stayed up to watch this, and it was awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Deb. It's really appreciated. Sky Stars page. That was freaking amazing. I always think about Lucky and Barros. Love them. They 100%. Lori S., thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Michael J. Money, on a first-name basis with Alessi and Yannetti. Can add that to your CV. That's significantly more impressive than 17 years pursuing a bachelor's degree. Yeah. 9 Inch Nails Gals, 1994. The fact you pinged on their radar shows how good and wonderful you are. Broke 300K, had over 400K or 40K watching at one point. Wonder if they'd be willing to come back for extra live stream. Was an amazing watch. Send all the Aussie love. I might ask. So, yeah. Kristen Factor, thank you so much. Cootie Pootie Tootie, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Sid, thank you for the YouTube membership. FKR 2024, for the record, Liza Elizabeth Little is not an intern. She's a partner at AJ's firm. I didn't say she was an intern. I said, Liza Little and the interns, because at least I hope I did. She's not an intern. She's excellent. She got mad praise. Just the people in the background who, and Rob, I agree. But Iron, thank you for the gifted membership, much appreciated. Acid Reflux 714. I can imagine Alan Jackson doing a Jen McCabe impersonation, and now I can't get it out of my head. LMAO. Yes, and Mr. Woke. Mr. Woke did a great job, because you could see the moments when it was just like, Mr. Woke, next slide, and then have the next slide, and it wasn't breaking the cross-examinations like pattern. Whereas Brennan often had to be like, and can we bring up the slide for this? Like, he didn't share what he was up to with the others, and it meant that he had to break his stride. And Apple Silver says, congratulations on reaching 300,000 subscribers. Thank you. Harbinger of Imminent Death. Barrows is on the Brady list as of June 6th. YouTube keeps blocking this comment. Not sure why. Oh, I don't know why he's on the Brady list, but that's unfortunate. What is it? Matthew Molodsky is saying, or Molodzinski is saying, why can't I hear Runkle? Oh, my Doom mix is still blasting. Fair. Shaby, do you get to see the donations? Yes. Thank you so much, Shaby. Melissa N., thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Megan, a.k.a. Meg is Autistic. Best 3 hours I've had on a Saturday morning. Love from this Aussie whose special interest is LawTube. Well done, Ian. You had a fantastic interview. I don't know that I'm going to top this. I feel like my YouTube career has peaked. And yes, Perry, sorry to make you read more. How did you feel with Alessi saying he watched you at night? Class act complimenting you. Of course, we agreed with him. I blushed down to my toes, like 100%. And I am, Yukastril 1, thank you for this. Thank you so much. Catherine Robb, thank you. Shaby, I didn't mean for a shout out. Want to make sure you knew it was through your link so you get credit for it. Yes, thank you, Shaby. Yes, thank you. Vicky Bramlett, Ian, donation for Extra Life. Use the link, but I think you sort of clarified later. Kat, being part of the B Zone was touching, but seeing the replay of Karen Reed and her team crushed me. Tears every time I rewatch. Alessi holding it back. Let it out, hun. Jewel in the Machine. It's not that I don't crush on Alessi, but I also crush on Yannetti and Jackson. I just love justice. 100%. Priscilla Thompson, use this how you see fit. Extra Life Pro Bono, thank you for bringing these superheroes to us. They need to be commended for their fight for the truth and the freeing of Karen Reed. Your love knows no bounds. Thank you. Charlotte ASMR, Alessi only sleeps 2 hours a night because his days are spent fighting justice in court and his nights are spent fighting justice as Batman. Boxing, sure. Also, hi, long-time lurker, first-time caller. I mean, he could be Batman. I could see that. Tracy Sires, I'm way behind, but how amazing for you, Ian, to get these interviews, and how cool to be called out by Yannetti and Alessi for your insight. I'm just sitting here like, squee. Cad Monkey FPV, play the baby AI of this interview. Let me see. Can I do that? Is that going to be something that's going to be a problem? All right. Let me just see. Let me see if I can make that happen. We're going to switch over the audio so that you guys can be able to hear it. I think that'll work. Present, share screen. I mean, I've got the copyright to the audio, so that's not going to be a problem. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. There's that moment where I saw you pick Mr. Alessi up and you...
and by the way, we haven't talked about this, but when I think about it now, I'm thinking Bob probably didn't like that. You know, like, because Bob's a boxer. Bob is a take charge guy. And, you know, I just couldn't control myself. I love this man so much. It wasn't enough to hug him. I had to physically lift him up.
Whoop, we got to stop that. No. Ugh, I hope I don't eat a strike for that half clip there. We'll just pull that down. I hope they didn't get. Let's hope this stream stays up. Galena Ward Invader. Not sure on the meaning on that. Big Apple Hoosier. I just heard you say you want to use your YouTube proceeds to help you provide free attorney services for people in need. It's not easy to find a worthy cause, so thank you. Hope this helps. Thank you. I am hoping to get to the point where I can, sort of quit my day job and just do that. So, yeah. Sandra says, grab a whiskey. You've earned it. I will grab one after. Catherine Thompson, someone with more musical skill than me needs to adapt the hero of Canton from Firefly to the situation. That's actually pretty solid. Story time. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Barb's, congratulations on interview and reaching 300,000. Thank you so much. JJ Spell, I will always respect Yannetti for the times he was clearly using his body to shield Karen from people staring her down. Shows his integrity and caring nature to protect her with the law and personally. 100%. Dancing Beagle, can you imagine this trial being your internship? What an experience. Great job, Ian. I mean, that's the kind of experience you're just never going to get anywhere else, right? Fender says, here's to one more step to your pro bono goals. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cookie Mon Steve, congrats on 300,000. Can't believe I was here for it. Thank you. So Megan, aka Mega's autistic. Bob Alessi is the Dr. Russell of the legal world. This team, like the whole team, everybody there was just amazing. Lady Lysandra, I've always dreamed of being a trial lawyer, but stage fright gets the best of me. Lady Lysandra, the way to get over it is to just do it. And you will not lose all of the stage fright, but it gets better. The first time I had a trial, I was driving out to the trial location, and I can tell you, I wanted to turn around. I wanted to give up. I just wanted to abandon everything. And, you just go, you do it. It gets easier once you're midway through the trial. That's it. Start on small things, right? Start on little things, and then you can move on to bigger things later, right? Yeah. I think you can do it, Lady Lysandra. I bet you can. And you can learn public speaking. Jamie Fluelling, congrats on the interview. Well deserved. I'm late, but wanted to send this. No need to read. Too late. Take care. Thank you so much. Stop adding my username to the banned law or banned words list.
Hang on. I had to pause because I did this. I apologize for nothing. Okay. This is fair game. This is completely fair. You acknowledge, given all of the crap that you have given me over the years, you acknowledge that me turning my avatar into baby AI Ian Runkle is totally fair game.
I 100% think it is. I just think it is a funny little moment there. I 100%. I'm respect for the game there. It's yeah.
Yep.
So
that is fair. All right. Bye now.
Bye. Alessi the pharmacist, harmacist, and larmacist. I guess the harmacist is the boxing. He can administer cures. He can administer what ails you. So, yeah. Fiona W., congratulations on 300,000 and on such an awesome interview. I love a humble lawyer. 3 at once was something special. This was wonderful. So, Vicky Bramlett, use the $50 donation for your pro bono fund. Thank you so much. Torin 3, congrats on your interview and 300K. Well deserved. I feel I need to do something CNC related to celebrate. I will ponder it. I feel that I need to do some other stuff. So yes. Yeah. Michelle E. Bell calling out the day and time of the verdict is as Larry Bird Bostonian as it gets. That was impressive. Tony P., thanks for this wonderful interview. Also, here's to keeping you up for an extra 15 seconds reading this. Get some rest. Thank you so much. Sharon Smith, thank you, Ian, David, and Bob. And then the horns, but I think it's supposed to be that. I don't know if there's the right emoji there. So, yeah. Mandy Sean, I've been watching you for years, and I was so excited to see you get this interview. Much deserved. Thank you so much, Mandy. John Wickwire, great interview. I'm proud of you and the work you've done. Thank you so much. I'm also just going to say, if you're in Vancouver, I am doing a meetup. I would love to hang out with all of you, any of you, July 12th in Vancouver, British Columbia, Craft Beer Market, False Creek, 6 p.m. till they shut us down. I will be there, and if you guys want to drop in, I would love to see you guys. So, harbinger of imminent death. Now that the trial is over, who, if anyone, do you think should contact MA's Commission on Judicial Conduct? Don't do that. Attorneys on the case, if they want to do it, they'll do it. Anyone may, but probably not a great idea if you're a rando. Don't do it if you're not involved. I have questions. Congratulations on making 300,000. Thank you. The Aurora H. White, congratulations on a spectacular interview. Thank you so much. Sunny Jenny, thanks for this. I can totally understand fanguying. I can't believe I wasn't subscribed before. Watch for a bit and love your motive. Thanks, Runkle. Thank you. Apocalypse DOA. Ooh, which Lego Star Wars? It is the R2-D2. Let me pull that up. R2. So I'll have to do that on a stream sometime, and just yeah. Deaver's Missing Integrity and La Posada's Disco Inferno. Further investigation says it's 2 name changes every 14 days, not 1. So I'm back. Couldn't decide between the 2. Awesome interview and well earned 300,000. Thank you so much, Tyler Ganley. Were questions about anti-Bev off limits? I don't know about off limits, but it's just kind of a party foul because you gotta work with judges, right? I'm not trying to burn anybody on any of these things, right? So Apple Silver says, I'm hoping to come in, but can underage come to that Vancouver location? I don't know. I don't know. I suspect there might be an issue there. I will have to look. Apple Silver, if you are in Vancouver and you are not able to go to the craft beer market, I will, give me a shout. We'll make something work out. We'll figure something out, right? So, we'll figure something out. Yeah, because you've been here forever. I'd love to say hi. So, yeah. All right. What is it? Canton Ice Cream Truck. Are we still going to use Hypothetical Bob? Hypothetical Bob is not Bob Alessi. So, yes. Melissa Cusado. My father was a solicitor in Perth, Western Australia during my formative years, and listening to these 2 men brought back such beautiful memories for me as he was of the same ilk. Thank you. Melissa, that is beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Deaver's Missing Integrity and La Posada's Disco Inferno. Also, the extra E in lowercase d is on purpose. I thought it was. Somebody says, is the craft beer market near the airport? It is not super near the airport. I don't think. I don't think it's super near the airport. It is. It's just south of the water. I don't know where the airport is exactly, so I don't have a good answer for you. Turd Ferguson, I made forever friends through Free Care and Read. Love you all. I feel like a lot of people did. Maureen Meyer, thank you so much. Despite the look on my face, you're still talking. Favorite quote of the night by Alessi, I get punched in the face for fun. Yes, 100%. Tina T was not talking about Judge Bev intentional because that was a whole vibe. Who's going to talk about her bias and corruption? Here's the thing. people got to practice, right? And you got to be really careful about how you take a run at a judge. I get that you've got you got things you want to talk about, but I wasn't going to go there because I feel like that would have been a party foul for me to go there. So, harbinger of imminent death, Runkle, your coverage played a role in keeping an innocent woman out of prison. You should be proud, and I am grateful for you. My role in this was tiny. Amelia, Ian's so proud and happy for you. Maybe weird because I'm younger, but after watching you since Death Be Heard, it feels maternal and even makes me a little teary. Congrats. Amelia, nothing wrong with that, so thank you. And as Rob says, ethical rules control what we can and can't say. So, yeah. Hellfish Haven, thank you so much. And the thing is I'm sure you guys all have your own opinions on the judge, and I'm not going to argue with any of you. Cindy RN, thank you for the gifted membership. Radio Man, the best lawyers are here, and Alessi and Yannetti. Alessi and Yannetti are way better than I am. I will just tell you that. Alessi's fantabulous lexicon, they suggested in my parlance. Okay, I like that. And if Alessi starts a podcast, I will totally check the heck out of that. Katie Hewling, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Katie Hewling says, oh man, missed the big event. Guess I'm on replay. Glad to have you on replay. Music to my soul. Runkle, I suggested in my parlance is the podcast name, and Laura liked it and said she was going to suggest it to her dad. It was so cool. I hope he runs with it. I would love to see a podcast by him. I would love to follow that. And yeah. Maggie Beth, David used Bob as a hypothetical name during his story about his friend's new job tonight. Runkle, rewatch your own stream when you're not in awe. I will have to do that. Sandy, congrats on an amazing interview. You nailed it. Also, way to go on 307,000 subscribers and over 24,000 likes. Whew. We're up to 26,000. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please hit the like. Jordan says, fantastic interview. I'm waitlisted for law school this fall, and watching the three of you is so inspiring. I hope you make it. In. So, Terry Lynn, thank you for the super stickers. Much appreciated. Deaver's Missing Integrity and La Posada's Disco Inferno. Was it Alessi or Jackson that was also an actor? I don't know. I feel like Alessi has done some of everything, but it might have been Jackson. I did see Jackson in an interview talking about it as theater and as stage. So, Meg Magruder, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Melanie Paré, Colm Fiore for the role of Yannetti. I don't know who that is because I don't really know a whole lot of that. OCD Shaggy, this was more of a free-flowing conversation than an interview. Loved it. Thanks, Runkle. I really like a conversation for an interview much more than a cross-examination, right? XCDA, no better place for their first live interview. Thank you so much. I've got a sore spot in my eye or on my eyebrow. Sam Samuels, thank you so much for a YouTube membership. One of the Zora got a little bit rambunctious and sort of jumped and clawed at me there. So, yes. Angie says, Alessi and Yannetti coming on the channel was amazing. Really was, 100%. Free Karen Reed 2024. Yannetti, Thomas Gibson, Hotch, Criminal Minds. P.S. Thank you for an amazing show. I didn't actually watch that one. So, yes. Lily B, do you think McCabe really thinks she's not lying about didn't go into the house because she doesn't count the garage as technically being the house? That is the kind of lie people find easier to say, but I don't know. I can't speculate as to what she's thinking. So, Gull's Gavel. Hey, yo, what an amazing interview, Ian. So enjoyable. Thank you so much. Peggy Riordan, what are the bar rules that wouldn't allow them to discuss so many things, or was it their integrity that doesn't allow them to answer? Congratulations. A little bit of both. And, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to privilege, right? When you're talking trial strategy, you run into privilege issues because, yeah. Portia Milner, Ian, why didn't anyone address the absence of blood loss from the head wound at the site where the body was found? Just curious. BA and CJ here. Or BA in criminal justice, I'm guessing. At the end of the day, I think that they very conclusively convinced the jury that there was no collision. And that's just one detail there, right? So, I mean, that's where I'm at. There was no collision. David Puff says, no one else will ever be tried because she did it. She backed up. He never moved again. It's that simple. I respect you, Ian, but this is wrong. I hope we get to talk someday about it. David, I'm kind of free this weekend. I think you're local. We could grab a beer. We could chat. I mean, my thing is that even though you might have some evidence that is sort of convenient in that regard, there is substantial other evidence that it didn't happen. And I find the other evidence that it didn't happen to be, convincing here. So, yes. Kelly Tolles, currently a teacher, but in law school part-time. You, Runkle, have changed my mind about maybe becoming a criminal defense attorney, but still interested in constitutional law at the moment. Working on contracts at the moment. I did not like contracts, but it's an important thing if you want to go into civil law because you're going to end up doing lots of contracts. And criminal defense is an interesting area of law, and it's always going to be exciting, but I will say it's maybe not for everyone. Think about it. And lots of areas of law that matter. I'm also just going to note that like Alessi doesn't normally do criminal law from what I can see. He normally does like civil stuff, and but he smoked this. Like he came out, he was an absolute, he was an absolute menace to the Commonwealth, and just absolutely amazing. Madeira Beach caregiver suggested these attorneys their next show should be on JSTV, Justice Serve TV, Linda Kenny Baden, and Michael Bryant. I think they'll have lots of places, and I suspect they've already sort of figured out where they'd like to be. So Madeira Beach caregivers, rumors says Higgins is in rehab conveniently. Any facts on this, folks? I don't know. I mean, I've heard all sorts of rumors about Higgins and so forth, and yes. What is it? Somebody says, are there 2 craft beer markets in Vancouver? I don't know if there are. There is at least the one in Falls Creek, and that's the one we're at. I will, if you check my Twitter, I will put out the address. And yes, that's where we'll be. Not Sarah Lee, replay crew, way to get the exclusive, Runkle. I must say, hearing Alessi's voice again is actually comforting to hear because I'm so used to it now. 100%. Amy Griff, play the AI babies. We did, and then it bombed me with with Taylor Swift, and it's like, oof. Equality. Ian, you, Natalie, and Andrea are the ones that changed my perception of defense lawyers. Karen's teams say they think you're brilliant. Don't be too humble. Also, shout out to the mods and against the tide for awesome modding tonight. I really thank the mods. So yes, Kelly Reed confirmed they all enjoy the AI babies. That is awesome. Mark says, also, since the grown-ups are gone, I'll ask again, how much to read the names of all those alleged trademark infringement novelties? Congrats and thanks to Genian. Maybe we could do that in like a members only. Slovak Girl 94, thank you for the super sticker. Rob, Bob Alessi, and David Yannetti, second best bromance. Also, I apologize for nothing. I kind of agree with you, Rob. So, yes. Soap API, if the tail light is lit, you must acquit. There was at least one juror, I think it was a non-deliberating juror, who said yes, that resonated strongly with them. Dragonstar and Zed, thank you so much. Ladybug Lisa, thank you for the super sticker. Partially Stars, huge thanks and congrats on this awesome chat with 3 freaking rock star attorneys. I love the mix of nerdy law love, good-looking dudes, and just absolute kind hearts. Karen put together the Avengers of Law team. It is a joy to see them with room to breathe finally. And yes, thank you, Partially Stars. Thank you so much. And I agree with you 100%, except about I am not good looking. They are. I'm not. Diana in California. I'm so happy about the Karen Reed verdict. Karen's lawyers did great. 100%. Lindsay, you can do a YouTube members only post with an invite link to the members only Discord server, but I prefer the Role of Law one personally. The Role of Law one has a friendlier vibe. The other one has it's a little punchier, I guess. Doesn't sort of get too far off, but it is a little punchier. OCD Shaggy, as Mr. Reed said, Runkle is a content provider. I don't know if he was talking about me, but I was also super glad to see there's an interview with Mr. Reed, and he's just out there and, he's doing some yard work. and he just looks so much less stressed, right? He just looks so much, it looks like so much of a relief. And yeah, I just, yeah, the defense rests. You, Robert, my Alessi, Yannetti, I could be your fangirl. Okay, fair enough. I see this one. As much as I've had bad experiences with self-proclaiming kind and good Canadians, thank you for being the exception. I'm so glad your experience was recognized and so proud to follow you. I try not to be like I am, kind and good and whatever. I'm just trying, like, you just try to do what you can, right? So, and the craft beer market is okay for 12 plus until 9 p.m. So, Apple Silver, you should be able to make it out. Candidly, I'm not going to go into my background, but I've been through some shit in my life, and I'm not going to go through like the full thing, but I have a hard time looking at an injustice without feeling like somebody's got to do something. And my motto on that, my personal motto is somebody, is I'm somebody. And that's not like an egotistical thing. It's just whenever you look at something and you say someone's got to do something, well, I'm someone, right? And so an example of this, me and Mrs. Runkle are driving down the road and somebody's left a shopping cart in the road. And so there's this shopping cart, and me and Mrs. Runkle were able to avoid it. But I pull over and I walk back because it's one of those things. Someone's got to do something about this shopping cart because it could kill somebody. And so in the end, it didn't matter because I went up to pick up the shopping cart and a police officer was pulling up to do the same thing. And he's like, I was just about to do that, and I was like, well, I got to it first. And he's like, well, thank you for doing my job. And I was like, oh, I'm happy to, right? What is that? But it's just the kind of thing about, someone's got to do something, I can do something. And so I try to do that, whenever I can, right? Now, you can't do everything. There's just so much misery in the world. You can't carry it all yourself, right? No one person can do everything. But just every once in a while, you can kick some holes in the darkness, and, it can be a dark universe, but if you can punch a little hole and light can shine through, and in doing so, you've made a star. That's really kind of my philosophy. And whenever you can, be that person, because you can be that person in somebody's life. And I can tell you, I can think of a few moments in my career. I had a client who had, in 20 years, he had not been out of jail for more than 6 months at a time because his life was fucked up, right? And so I got his file. I got in. I actually did what a whole bunch of other people who had his files before hadn't done, which is I helped clear up his life. I helped get everything resolved. I helped sort of solve some problems. I helped do that. And I didn't hear from this guy for a long time. And then a year and a half later, this guy calls me up out of the blue and he says, hey, I need a lawyer. And I'm just like, oh no. Because I thought for sure I'd, help this guy and gotten him broken the pattern. And he says, it's not like that. And I said, okay, well, what are you charged with? And he says, I'm not charged with anything. And I went, oh, so what do you need a lawyer for? And he says, well, I've been working on this construction crew for a while. And I'm like, you've been working? And he's like, I know, right? My life is so much better with a job, because previously he was like living very marginally. He was stealing things. He was, those things. He's like, my life is so much better with a job. I've got an apartment. I've got, a place to sleep. I've got, I've got a girlfriend. I've got all of these things, right, that I never could have had before. And, I was like, well, that's fantastic, but what do you need a lawyer for? And he's like, yeah, I quit the one job to get a better job, and they won't pay me my last month's pay. And so I want to sue them for that. And I was like, all right. And so I asked around for my law school friends, and I was like, who's doing employment law? And I found somebody, and I was like, can you do me a favor and just help this guy out for nothing? And he did. And the guy got his money back, and it was all like, now to be fair, the favor on that one was they, what is it? They just, I think, solved it with like an angry letter on lawyer letterhead, but it was still like, and you know what? I have never heard from that guy again. And I know I would have if you got into trouble. So far as I know, that guy is just out there working. And, we, and I mean, he did the work. He had the addiction stuff. He had all of that. He did the work to deal with that. I just helped like show him the door, show the way. And, he did all of that. And, yeah. Rob is up to some mischief. Rob is up to some mischief, and has said that I do not have the option to not do this. So, and because Rob has earned a fair bit of credit on my channel here, Rob gets to make some executive decisions like this, and he has said that I have to add an overlay. So here we go. Oh, it says Runkle of the AI babies. Rob has insisted on some mischief, and I had to facilitate it because I had to add this manually because Rob couldn't. But Rob has yeah. The defense rests. Oh, we read that one. Defense rest would have been honored to have you both. Would be honored to have you both on my channel. The defense rests tossed me a Twitter DM. I will try to make that happen. Lily B, did you see the foreman had spoken? I did not see that. I am behind on that. Oleg Mamatov, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lisbeth Venahas, great interview, and thank you for the recaps. Norwegian replay crew here. I really enjoyed Norway. That's 100 Norwegian kroner. I miss Norway, so yeah. Norway is one of those places I just enjoyed tremendously. Caitlin Shoot, Special Olympics update, 2 silvers, 1 bronze, a few more. We'll send more updates. Love you all. That is amazing. Special Olympics is one of those things that's absolutely heartening because those men and women, they work hard. And yeah. Oleg Mamatov, thank you so much. Jewel in the Machine, new band name, Liza Little in the Interns. Fair. Shark, consider this. You've never seen Batman and Alessi in the same room, have you? I have not. DK, thank you for our interview, and thank you for reading our messages. Thank you. Treasures One, I just want to say thanks to your supporters too. I have a hard time a lot, and your members and mods have been so kind. I hope I can learn Discord next. Treasures, this is one of the things out there is that I very much like the community that we've got here because I very much, when I sort of started out and was sort of getting a little when the channel was getting a little bigger, I had to make the decision of like, what kind of community do I want? And one option was like complete free for all, right? Like, don't mod anything. And I thought, nah, I don't really want that. And instead, I thought, you know what? I really want a community of nice people, of good people. And sometimes that means bouncing some other people. But I really want a place where people can feel that like they're okay, they're welcome, all of those things. So yes, Rob, I'm going to take the thing down because it's sort of in the way. Rob Price says, saw you were doing this interview, posted yesterday, knew you would crush the interview and possibly have made new friends in Alessi and Yannetti. Maybe an Alan Jackson interview is in your future, or all three. I'll have to see. Jackson, I suspect, is busy. I will have to reach out. And yeah, it's Mafia O'Leary, 5:20 in the UK. I went to bed at 8 p.m. Got up to watch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Classic Overthinker, motion to change hypothetical Bob to Hank. I could possibly do that. Light Queen, you may have played a tiny part, but tiny parts add up to big things. Thanks for all you do and hope to see you in Vancouver. I hope so too. DK, final thought, blue finger paintings with my toddler will never be the same. Thank God for Barros, Lucky, and La Posada. Of course, a dynamite defense too. I mean, I just look at those people and I go, they very much are really, as said, the salt of the earth, right? S-Pod, awesome interview, Ian, tonight, Ian. Thank you so much. That is a great big fish. That is cool. Michigan Farm Boy, great interview, Ian. You were very professional and personable, as were both of them. Also, Brazilian literature was an interesting interview. I want to see that too. Jaded Juror, congrats, Ian. 307,000 is wonderful and much deserved. Thank you so much. Carrie B, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Lisbeth Venas, catch up. Great seeing how Ian navigates what Yannetti and Alessi can't answer. I don't want to step on any toes, right? That's not a thing I want to do. So, Peace Geek 1965, Stacey LeBruno, Runkle, thanks so much for an exceptional interview tonight. All three of you are gems. And the other thing I'm going to say is, I was so happy to be able to ask the questions. All of that was just amazing, right? And I feel like we got a lot of information, a lot of new things that we didn't know before. And also, I really like that we get to see like more of their personality, right? More of just who these people are, right? And what they're about. And I love that. So especially because they're such good people. Mark, you're a good man, Ian. This one's for the Scotch and Doggy Treats Fund. Sitting here happy, crying right now. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. Mispronounced name. My 0% reliable psychic powers predict Alan Jackson interview. I would love to have him on. I will have to try to reach out. So, yeah. All right. We have finally achieved zero super chats in the queue. Because I was not going to... I was like, we got to get through this. All of you who sent a super chat, I wanted to make sure that we got to it. I wanted to make sure that we got through it. And my adrenaline is still going crazy. NW says these chats are not going to end. Go to bed. I am probably going to I'm going to run a bath. I'm going to snuggle pups. I'm going to have some scotch. I'm going to I'm going to all of these things. And yeah. Rob, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. I wasn't rolling the things, but because we're close to the end here, we're going to do this. Debbie H, thank you so much for the membership there. Much appreciated. And Mark, adrenaline's still going. Scotch, puppies, and gaming stream. I probably won't stream. I will say my throat is starting to be, a thing there. Lynn says, so proud of you. Go eat something. I'm going to order something. Jay Cash says, great job, Runkle. Been following you since Johnny Depp. I always turn off your streams in a better mood than when I started them. Thank you. Thank you as well. Adrenaline Rush. Yep. I spent like last night in in fear that I would screw this up, and that I would so I'm so glad you guys enjoyed it. So glad that I think we all had a good time. So thank you guys so much. Monday I will probably do a Monday Fun Day. I have already been saving cases that I want to cover for the Monday Fun Day. They include some really interesting things. Monday Fun Day preview. Can you get a contingency fee for losing? Can the loser get a contingency fee? We'll talk about that. NW says drink water for your throat then, not bath water. Fair. We're also going to talk about a case that happened here. And I see justice needs good trial lawyers and law tubers. Thank you. Luna Dewdrops. Ian, I'm so excited for you. Can't wait to hear you say you quit your day job and reach your pro bono goal. I'm looking forward to that day. I'm just going to note we're also going to cover a case that so it's kind of about the legalities of deceptive behavior at a glory hole. And you're going to be like, oh, what? A Canadian court case just had to determine whether it was legal to lie about glory hole stuff. So that's definitely for a Monday Fun Day. 9 Inch Nails Gals, 1994, closing in on 5.5 hours. Hopefully you can sleep. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. That is that's a big thing there, right? It's we're going to cover that. Lynn says, so proud of you. Go eat something. I will do that. Harbinger of imminent death. I greatly respect your dedication to reading all chats. Maybe you need a new no new chats button though. Maybe. Michigan Farm Boy. I hope the chats tonight help with the U.S.-based legal aggravation and content. Yeah, I have some U.S. legal difficulties. Those are going to be expensive, and I hope to be able to tell you about them soon, but I can't yet. So once I'm able to tell you about them, I will tell you about them. But yeah, for the kids, best Friday Night Frenzy in months. Law and Lumber, sorry not sorry. I think he might take that personally. Will you still do lives every night? I'm going to go into Runkle withdrawal mode. I'll probably do lives Mondays, and then I'll do others as sort of they come up. You know who it is. I can't tell you the full details. We'll get it sorted out. And I can tell you, if you're wondering, like, hey, how much is that bullshit costing? I am 10,000 deep. And it might go more. So, yeah. Yeah, it just is what it is. And yes. Also, Martha, thank you so much. I see that there is an Interact e-transfer, so thank you so much. Was it so thank you so much, and I will absolutely respond to that. Yeah. Does that mean you'll do a live Saturday on something? I don't know. I might need to just rest. Any chance of reclaiming your costs in that case? Not really. No. At this point, it just is what it is, and we'll see. We will see. So we'll. I hope to be able to tell you the story later, and yeah, I'm sure I'll make some of it back. I'm not going to make all of it back, but we're going to do what we can. Lauren L. for the pro bono Runkle Go to Bed self-care goals. Thank you. Michigan Farm Boy, International Law BS Fund. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you like plans on that one. I'm not going to tell you what's going on because, yeah. When's Mrs. Runkle coming back? She's coming back on Monday. So, and then Tuesday is going to be date night. So, where's your GoFundMe? I don't have a GoFundMe for that yet, and we're not going to have one yet. Maybe later. All right, Morgan says late one time, and this is the live I miss. Fair. All right, let's wrap things up here. I'm gonna go probably have a Halls, and we will see you guys all soon, Monday probably. I doubt I'm going to stream over the weekend. If I do stream over the weekend, I am going to do a very chill stream. I might do a stream. I might do like a Leatherwork stream. I might do something like that. That's a possibility. Sandy, cheers on an interview. Well done. And hopefully tonight will get you closer to your pro bono dream. Thank you so much. Thank you. Was it Oleg Mamatov, sir? Any more almost stolen Lambo pew pew? Forgot to insert my question first time. I'm working on some of that. So yes. All right. Good night, everybody. I'm going to hit the end stream button before another super chat comes in. So have a great night. Thank you so much for being here. Really love all of you. And thank you. Really, I mean it. So